yeah, as I was saying, like last time we were talking with you, that seems like what, 2 years ago or something.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been some time. We drove down. I don't know if I told you, like we full like went down and accidentally was speeding. I got caught.
Yeah, you got that fine. I felt really bad for you. Yeah. Well, memorable for a lot of bad reasons, I guess. Like for you guys, and I was really sorry about that.
No need to be sorry about.
You brought me down the gift. I left it, and then I didn't see it again. So.
That was my fault. I completely forgot. I think I think at the door you were trying to like hint at getting it, but I completely it skipped my mind to hand it out. But yeah, like at the beginning of the episode, we touched on some interesting points that actually got that went missing. But that's why I wanted to ask you some of it. So, because like even with because I think a lot of people, especially in Australia, may be known for, or maybe like infamous for, is essentially like how you're part of like the Labour Party, and then what happened was in 2016 you had to resign because it came up in the newspaper, your relationship with Osman Badr, and I even read something that was like Bill Shorten was apparently furious about it or something to that effect. It was literally all over mainstream Australian newspapers like Daily Telegraph, ABC, Guardian as well. Could you maybe touch on that experience, like what actually went down, what happened from your end, and yeah, maybe share with the viewers, because I think like you like in that, I don't know what happened specifically, but from what I gathered, you're sort of explaining yourself to the media, but you weren't really kind of in the position to really explain yourself from, I guess, within the Muslim community perspective, because sometimes it's like the way you have to address yourself in the media is a lot different to how you kind of have to articulate amongst the Muslim community, because we understand certain concepts and stuff that I guess the wider Australian public won't be able to understand, or maybe be fearful about as well at times. So I just wanted to hear your sort of side of the story in regards to all that happened.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a very interesting experience. It was probably one of the toughest 24-hour periods of my life, and it continues to have at least some impacts. So I think since the last time we chatted 2 years ago, it's come up in a couple of job interviews, and it had come up. I don't know if I said this last time, but it had come up a couple of times prior to that as well in job interviews. So I mean, this is something that sort of all went down 5 years ago. There was also I guess a retraction, so to speak, not from the initial media organisation that first ran the story, but from Fairfax Media, and yeah, I mean, if people Google my name, well, I think it's probably the first thing that comes up. So, I mean, essentially, we were 2 weeks out from voting day in a federal election. I was standing for the Labor Party in certainly an unwinnable seat, seat held by the coalition that held by a margin of greater than 20%, I think it was, heading into that election. And I got a call from a Daily Telegraph, or then Daily Telegraph journalist, now works at the Australian, basically saying, that they were sort of printing this story and that it was going to run on the front page, and did I want to make a comment? And then almost simultaneously, several members of the Labor Party in New South Wales and the Federal Party got an email from this journalist with essentially the article that they were printing or planning to print, and certainly a good deal of the content was problematic. And the thing that they focused on, aside from the relationship between Osman and I, was a talk that I'd done at Sydney Uni in 2013, which coincidentally was then in the lead up to the federal election that year, about what our position should be vis-a-vis same-sex marriage, and essentially, the thesis that I presented was that we've got no reason to argue against it, because the Islamic definition of marriage is not consistent with what was then the Australian constitutional, or not constitutional, the Commonwealth Marriage Act definition of marriage, and therefore us actively excluding others from a definition that already didn't fit exactly with us kind of seemed pointless and irrelevant. And at the time, there was a lot of talk, so this is 2013 I'm talking about, in the community, about not voting for, well, initially it was Julia Gillard, and then it was Kevin Rudd, or not supporting Labor, because of this issue. And it was quite remarkable at the time. The choice couldn't have been more stark. The Abbott opposition that then became the Abbott government only had about 3 policies, one of which was to stop the boats. And obviously we know that, whether it's asylum seekers coming from Muslim countries with, Islam as their religion or not. This is a humanitarian question. So even for the people who really were uncomfortable with supporting same-sex marriage, the alternative, I thought, was quite obviously dire and harmful in comparison. But anyway, during this talk that I did at Sydney Uni in 2013, I'd quoted some submissions from the Catholic Church to the UK. The UK had gone through a similar public discussion as we had in Australia about same-sex marriage, and their parliament invited submissions from various interest groups, and the Catholic Church's submission over there was, I thought, farcical, in that started talking about how we would define consummation of marriage in same-sex marriage and all this sort of stuff, and it was from the portions of that that I quoted, and then some jokes that I made about the obsession that the submission seemed to have with the intimate activities of human beings, that then got included in the article as if this was what I was arguing. But anyway, I don't want to bore the viewers, the listeners, just to say that there is an extended backstory, to all of this. So, in brief, it was a talk that I did in 2013 in the lead up to that federal election at Sydney Uni. Parts of that talk were then taken out of context, I think quite obviously intentionally, then in this article that was front page Murdoch news, and then obviously, because it's front page Murdoch news and gets picked up by most of the other agencies anyway. And we were called, as I said, about 6 p.m. on the Sunday night before the Monday, when it was going to be published. And we had a very brief window, to make a decision about what was going to happen. The federal representatives, because, they knew that Labor was going okay, they certainly didn't expect to win. And I think, to be honest, they probably didn't expect the result that came in the end. For those that don't remember, I think the Liberals the coalition only won by a single seat. So I don't think they were expecting it to be that good, but certainly, Labor was doing pretty well. And this was a distraction that, the party couldn't really afford. And I agreed with that. The people at New South Wales level were really uncomfortable, however, with the take the path of least resistance approach and let it end, because they were especially concerned with, aside from the personal impact it would have on me, they were especially concerned with the fact that it screamed of Islamophobia. And in fact, the then General Secretary, so the head of New South Wales Labor, Kayla Murnane, was very keen to not let the issue end and to argue against it and to make a stand against Islamophobia. I'm grateful that at the time we had a media advisor who laid out for me what both options would have looked like. And he said option one, which was the option that the feds wanted us to take and probably would have forced us to take regardless, if I'm completely honest, would have a very difficult Monday, but then it would end. And option two, that is if we wanted to argue against it, would go on for days. And it was quite clear that this was likely what the Murdoch press wanted by dropping the story first thing Monday morning, that they wanted a prolonged over the course of the week, if not, sort of 2-week story, which would have completely distracted from the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And he also laid out for me what that would look like for me, as in, every day I would be in interviews and that we just wouldn't know for sure whether it would end Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or even, roll into the following week. And given those two options, and as I said, the fact that the feds, from my perspective, were pretty keen, if not going to force us to take the first option, I was pretty content in the end to just take the option that would end it as quickly as possible. So I got off the phone from them and first had a chat with some friends and family, just to sort of alert them to what was coming, even though I didn't even know how big the day was going to be. And then I had a chat with a friend who works for the ABC. And he got me on an interview on the then Sunday night religion program at midnight that went for half an hour. They cancelled their regular programming then to do this live interview. Thankfully, that interview got picked up by some parts of ABC media over the course of the night and the morning, Monday morning, but not all. It was interesting to see how ABC News branches actually operate quite independently of one another. And then the rest is the history of the day. I think from midnight when I did that first interview to then 1 p.m. the next day, I would have done well over a dozen interviews, for essentially every media agency with the exception of Murdoch. I didn't offer them any comment at all because it was quite clear that they weren't going to bother to include my comments in a way that was fair anyway. It was an incredibly busy 13 hours. And the last interview was a conglomerate of local media where I was in regional New South Wales. And initially they wanted to come to my house and, record me out the front. And I said, look, no, we're not going to do that. So, they didn't have my address and I, even though it would have been quite easy for them to get, but I nominated a local park a few hundred meters away from where I lived, walked down there, a couple of minutes before they all arrived. They all rocked up, I remember that last interview well, where it was just question, and then they all left, and I walked back home, remember well just that sudden feeling of silence, the noise of the previous 24 hours that had been building, and felt like it was non-stop, then just stopped. As I said, it was an interesting time, but it's funny, that you sort of touch on the Muslim community response, and for me, and this is where probably first time I've said this publicly. For me, the Muslim community response was abysmal. The Islamophobia Register or whatever was the name of the group that was set up, made zero comment. But I mean, of course, they'd made zero comment when, Osman was the target of Murdoch press articles, multiple times in a year. For those that don't know, and I think, Osman's probably been pretty quiet about it himself, but and maybe I'm embarrassing him by saying this, but he lost his job at the time because of that. He lost his PhD scholarship. His life was completely upended, and there were really no groups in the Muslim community that commented when that was happening to him, and and there were no groups that made any public comment, when it was happening, or when it did happen to me. In fact, I got far more welfare calls in the following days from members of the Labor Party than I did from anyone in the Muslim community that I wasn't related to, and that included from the New South Wales leader at the time, Luke Foley, who was actually preparing his state budget response, and it's certainly very nice of him to call and give the time that he did in what would have been a very busy time for him, especially given that he didn't have to. As I said, it was a federal election, it was a federal issue, and he called because he was concerned, as I said, I mean, since then, it's certainly come up from semi-regularly in job interviews. I can say that every time it's come up with a job interview, I have, not elected to proceed to the next stage of that application. If it has prevented me from getting a job, I don't know. But as I said, it's come up in sort of multiple job interviews, and be it anxiety, be it not being particularly interested in working with someone who sort of asks particular questions, or the way that the questions come out, I don't know. But as soon as it comes up, I mean, I'm happy to answer the questions at the time, but then I quietly retreat from whatever the employment process was. So in short, as I said, it was a talk that I did in 2013, funnily enough, in the lead up to a federal election when I wasn't standing as a candidate, that then got brought up in 2016. It was quite clear that it was a Murdoch press strategy, and that they had intended to drag it on for as long as possible. We took the media strategy to end it as quickly as possible, and at federal level, Bill Shorten and Penny Wong certainly got the script. I think there were a couple of other people that didn't, but yeah, that was the day.
So yeah, you shared a lot of mashallah, a lot of insights there. I also wanted to kind of touch on the fact that you mentioned in your job interviews, it sort of popped up, and I can kind of not relate, but I know stories as well where other brothers in the community that I know were in prominent kind of jobs, and were one particular case was, I think you may know him, but I don't want to mention the name, but he had a kind of prominent job offer.
Look, and I think this happened at kind of the same time that we're talking about, without going into too much detail, so that we're sort of outing the person in question. But look, it's certainly it's a challenge for Muslims that are active in the community. There's no doubt. I mean, it's a challenge for a lot of Muslims across the board. My wife's honours thesis, which has since been published, it was done well over 10 years ago, looked at employment-based discrimination for people in Australia that have names like Muhammad, or Fatima Muhammad and, these sorts of names that she selected, and found that, I'm kind of butchering, her research a bit, but found that whether you have Australian qualifications or overseas qualifications, having a name like that as opposed to a, inverted commas, typical Anglo-Saxon name meant that it was less likely that you would be selected for interview or employed. And that's before we get to anything that is remotely controversial. I like to think that I haven't ever said anything that's particularly controversial unless people are intentionally taking some of my content out of context. But obviously, for the brothers and sisters who are on the public record as saying things that are less palatable to the mainstream ears, no doubt there is significant difficulty. I guess at the end of the day, I'm pretty lucky that I work in an industry where there's 100% employment. Every doctor in Australia that wants a job will get a job. And to be honest, I've been fortunate enough to actually end up getting jobs that I've been consistently happy with, and alhamdulillah, have been good for me and good for my family. But for those out there who are in, say, highly competitive fields where it's a small community of experts, I'm thinking now a lot of the brothers and sisters that have looked to go into academia, even those that have looked to go into public school teaching. I've seen the challenges that they've had to face firsthand, and it's not an uncommon phenomenon. It's absolutely ubiquitous.
Yeah, subhanAllah. And yeah, the sort of brother I was talking about as well, he had to because what happened was the people from Daily Telegraph did the research on him and found out, and they reached out to him, and he had to figure out a way, because he had to call his lawyers to figure out a way to kind of maneuver or escape the situation. And then they ended up, I think, telling his employers, and he essentially lost his job. So it's crazy, where it's almost as if you're doing any sort of, for example, activism or any sort of work within the Muslim community, you can be potentially susceptible to that kind of situation where it does haunt you in the future as well. As you just alluded to in job interviews, it sort of has come up, and you have to navigate that situation. So I think that's something that the Muslim community, what do you have in terms of from your own experiences of this? What sort of advice would you give to people within the Muslim community that want to do, it could be activism or dawah work, and then they have to, potentially encounter these sort of situations? What sort of advice would you give?
Well, I think that, the first thing that for me it touches on is that this is the reason why political engagement, and by that I mean engagement within the system here in Australia, is so important. There's a number of us that seem to think that we can exist independently in our little bubbles in Auburn or Lakemba or Bankstown, and never really have to engage externally. I think the best counter argument against this sort of idea is that it's not just Muslims that fall subject to the relentless anti-alternative media. And in this case, so in the case with me, in the case with Osman, in the case with the brother that you're referring to, it was, Murdoch Press in all cases. The latter was actually, I think it was The Australian that he had to deal with, not Daily Telegraph or Herald Sun. But I think as well of the Labor Party's candidate for Curtin in 2019, Melissa Park, who is an exceptional international experienced lawyer, has a huge community resume, blonde hair, blue eyes. She'd made public comments on the public record about injustices being committed against Palestinians by the Israeli government, and was then hounded by the Murdoch media in that election. And to the extent that, the party, I'm sure, similarly to the conversations that happened with me, but, these conversations are obviously not public, and, so I'm not sure absolutely that it took place, but I'd be surprised if it didn't. She ended up being disendorsed or had to step down, sort of like I did as well, not officially disendorsed, you fall on your sword. And again, the objective would have been to avoid the distraction to the party, so that it gives them the best chance heading into election day, and so on. So like the fact that a single media operator can so significantly impact the lives of individuals at a whim is frightening. And we now have, the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, making public comments about it. He never made a public comment about it whilst he was Prime Minister or in public life. And also, former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd making public comments about it, saying that, they're both calling for a royal commission into the Murdoch media. But again, all these things, if they're going to be managed, are going to be dealt with via social engagement, political engagement. And so that would be the first thing that I would contest. I'd say, we necessarily have to be involved in the system if we want to be seen as as part of the social fabric. And of course we are. And we shouldn't have to chase after validation. But if we're going to be a part of the social fabric whilst trying to remain in our own little sort of social ghettos, then we'll never be able to be as engaged and as supported as we possibly could be. And groups like the Murdoch media will be able to hound people, and as I said, have significant impact on their lives. Forget about me and what happened to me. The brother that we keep referring to, as you said, he had a job that he was planning on leaving, going to another job. He'd already submitted his notice for the first job, and then this whole episode happened. So the job that he was going to rescinded the contract, and I think that was their legal right at the time. My understanding is that he had no avenue to pursue that, and because he'd already given notice at his previous job, they were then quite happy because they'd been notified by these journalists as well. One who was Muslim and raised in a Palestinian Australian family. That employer obviously then wasn't going to do him a favour and keep him. So, he was unable to support his family then until he got another job. And these media agencies, that do this stuff do not care. They have absolutely no regard. And at the moment, and certainly, if we want to continue to be as poorly engaged by and large as we are, we have no ability to deal with that. In terms of the overall issue, well, does that mean we should be careful about what we're saying, when we're doing talks at universities and all that sort of stuff? Well, I don't think so. I don't regret anything that I've ever said. And as I said, I don't think that I've actually said anything that's particularly controversial, if I'm taken in context. If there's anything that I do regret, it's allowing myself to be quoted in a way that could be misrepresented, because that was certainly something that I was at least partially conscious of, at the time when I was doing a lot of university talks and engaged with that scene. But clearly, I wasn't as well equipped as or prepared as I thought I was. So no, I mean, I don't think that people should be hesitant to be engaged within our own community, and I think it's important that we are. But at the same time, I think that we should certainly be interacting externally as well. I think that's the key thing.
Yeah, you touched on a really important points. One of them I want to also touch on, because you mentioned about the media and the issue there, but at the same time, wouldn't you say that, for example, how they highlighted your so-called connections with HT and Uthman, and so because of that, the sort of sentiment that exists within wider Australia is that, look at the Hizb, they are almost if you join them, you're almost in the conveyor belt to ISIS. And so and then you in the articles that they talked about you in your situation, like they sort of automatically refer to Uthman. Like one example I've written here is like Uthman said there is a place for violence and war in Islam with conditions and qualifications. So I guess they'll latch onto specific statements sort of out of context without giving the whole picture of what Islam sort of stands for. And so you're essentially, I don't know, in those kind of platforms and environments, you're already, I don't know, this many, like, for example, when we use like Islamic lingo, Islamic language, the wider Australian community aren't privy to that. And so it's like you're fighting that kind of narrative of Islamophobia because, the media can just say a few things and then there's an uproar within the wider Australian community. And so it's like, what's the sort of benefit of engaging in that aspect when you have so much to sort of go against in that sense from when it comes to your public sentiments of, for example, like HT and how they sort of approach things?
Yeah, okay. I mean, a couple of things you said there. I'll get to the HT stuff in the second part, but the first thing I'd say is that the media and people refer to the mainstream media. I don't think it's a monolith. I mean, for me, Sky News and the bulk of the people that contribute to its platform is very different to SBS and the bulk of people that contribute to its platform. And then there's a broad spectrum in between. So, in my experience, an agency that I thought would be, quite good to deal with, but in the end, I kind of didn't really like the way that I was interviewed and didn't really like the article that was produced either. This was going back to 2016. It was The Guardian. I mean, I externally expected, The Guardian to be pretty fair, and I'm sure, from the perspective of the author, they were fair. I just thought that anyone reading the article would have found it more likely that my retort to, the Murdoch media claim was false or was convenient. As I said, within the ABC itself, there were very different expressions of the same story. So a couple of branches of ABC News, I thought presented me in a relatively unflattering manner also. But then I also had, as I said, one branch of the ABC media completely changing their program to interview me live. I had a local ABC media representative when they were filming me on the day, sort of helped me to relax and, gave me a couple of tips and that on the run. I mean, I think it was because, they were uncomfortable and wanted to try and help me be as comfortable as possible. But I mean, the point that I'm getting at is that, my experience is certainly not supportive of the idea that, mainstream media in Australia is a monolith. And I think that we've got people who are quite clearly not Muslim friendly, and then we have people who are Muslim friendly, and then there's a whole lot of people in between who, I mean, are just sort of trying to do their job and probably don't have skin in the game either way. I think that in terms of engaging with media organisations, the ways to get better at it are for us, to have a bit of media training, but I mean, at the end of the day, the easiest thing is to be as cooperative as possible. The fact is, there are now a number of Australian Muslims working in various media agencies, so we've got Muslim journalists working for The Guardian now. I think we've had Muslim journalists working for SBS for many, many years, ABC the same. As I said, funnily enough, there was a then Muslim from a Palestinian Australian family who was doing the article in the Australian, on the that then didn't get published on the brother that we're referring to. So we certainly have people who understand our position. We also have people who want to understand our position and and give us the best opportunity to present ourselves. So for me, the best example of this, the ABC media people who really bent over backwards to give me an opportunity to present an alternate view in 2016. Both are very religious Christians, and one has strong ties to the LGBT community. So I mean, they from when we're doing this simplistic dichotomy of the world sort of view where they're not like us, so they're not going to be supportive or they're not going to be helpful or whatever. Well, I mean, I just think that's rubbish. So as I said, in short, not all media agencies are the same. There's no doubt about that. Not all journalists are the same. And just because a journalist has a Muslim background doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be friendly. But by and large, in my experience, it does sort of open up the opportunity for us to have a more meaningful conversation than just silly sound bites. With regards to HT, I mean, they're remarkably irrelevant. I mean, as an organisation, like, yes, they're prescribed in multiple Muslim countries around the world, and there's been talk of prescribing them in Australia and prescribing them in Europe and so on. I mean, it's just a complete load of rubbish. Like, they were prominent in the media here in Australia for a couple of years because their media representative for a number of years, the one prior to Usman, was very articulate and did a lot of interviews. And also, this was happening at the time. I mean, a lot of your listeners will be quite separated from the events of September 11, 2001 by a lot of years. But a lot of these HT interviews started to occur in the mainstream media around 2003, 2004. We're not very far separated from September 11, 2001. We're certainly even more proximal to the invasion of Iraq and the invasion of Afghanistan. And so it was it was a significant story at the time, but Hizb-ut Tahrir themselves are, for me, remarkably irrelevant, and in Australia are only becoming more and more irrelevant by the day. I'm yet to see a significant contribution to be made by them. Certainly not a positive one, for the community.
That's a really. I actually want to ask you a bit more about HT, because what it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, like before we go straight into HT, it's like the approach that you're taking is like work within the system we have and try to do as much as we can because we haven't exhausted, I guess, the available resources that is accessible for the Muslim community. And so we need to try it out first, and you'll see better things open up for the Muslim community. But even in that conversation, wouldn't you say there's like, if you take it to the furthest end, it's like, what's the end goal though? Like, is it just, because wouldn't you just say that essentially what will happen is that we'll just be like, Muslims will be accepted into this society, like sort of good Samaritans, according from like the sort of government perspective, but then it doesn't really, is that essentially like the end goal for the Muslim like living in the West? And I guess to add to the HT part of things, at least like from my sort of perspective, it's like growing up, being exposed to like HT and what they had to say, at least like they were providing a platform for, or not just a platform, but were echoing views that were going against the grain of the mainstream narrative. For example, like they're probably like the only sort of organized, like in the community where everyone was, to put it bluntly, like moderate in the sense of like, we just have to be good Muslims, and kind of the good Muslim, bad Muslim rhetoric. At least like HT were calling out like the actions of the government, which were unjust, especially in overseas in the Middle East. And so they actually sort of unite the Muslim community through that sort of manner, that sort of rhetoric. But
I'm not sure I'd call it a platform. I think I'd call it a soapbox. Because I think it's far more puerile than a platform. And in terms of uniting the community, I mean, like I think that's just absolutely not the case. HT has been unintentionally, I think, to be fair, and look, and I'll be honest, I have never met someone who is active within the group that I just don't like. I find them all to be sincere. I think that the strategy and the method is fantastic, and when I say fantastic, I mean as in the sense of it's fantasy. But I don't think that anyone is doing it for the sake of a power grab, or just because they really like being on television or whatever. Let me be clear on that the individuals, I have nothing bad to say about them as people, or certainly as brothers and sisters. But they have been, as I said, unintentionally divisive. I think that the good Muslim, bad Muslim, just do the best that you can, all that sort of stuff. I mean, now sort of years down the track, I'm not really sure that has ever existed. It may be the way that some people have articulated their understanding of what it is that we need to do, but I think there's always been a discussion about how engaged should we be with interest groups within the Muslim community, how engaged should we be with interest groups externally to the Muslim community, how engaged should we be with governments, or the opposite, how engaged should we be with political parties. I think that this discussion, certainly in the time that I've been a part of the community, I think that it's really always been taking place, and I don't think that there's ever truly been this dichotomy of hyper simplistic, if we're just good citizens, people will accept us, versus Hizb-ut Tahrir is the only group with the cojones to call out government hypocrisy. Even the LMA, who get substantial sources of funding from the government, various governments, Commonwealth and state, even they sporadically calling out government policies and international policy positions that are unfavourable for the Muslim community. So yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced, as I said, that dichotomy has ever been there, and I think that for me the perennial problem with Hizb-ut Tahrir, as they are now, because, I mean, Hizb-ut Tahrir as it is now is not the way that it's always been. But Hizb-ut Tahrir as it is now is really the embodiment of the phrase of one of our former prime ministers, that only the impotent are pure. I mean, you can have these really sincere positions on things and say, well, I'm never going to deal with a government that has invaded Afghanistan. Okay, great. I mean, you're outside the tent. They don't care. They have no interest in you now whatsoever. You're encouraging everyone that supports you not to vote. They care about you now even less. And you don't have a voice anymore. You've got a soapbox on Howden Street that occasionally, someone brings along a microphone for. And if you think that that's the way that the Muslim community is going to advance, well, then good luck. I've had the privilege or the disappointment to be able to watch that now for 18 years, and I've seen nothing positive come from it. So yeah, as I said, I think that Hizb-ut Tahrir does a fantastic job. I would find it difficult to believe that this is not intentional, of targeting young people who are very intelligent, most of them before they get into university, but then certainly, people at university are looked at as well, and brings them into the tent, and brings them into the tent before they've really had time to, think about some of the presuppositions that are inherent in the theses. And I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, all that I've really seen in the past 18 years is the bulk of people that I knew, who all of whom are far more intelligent than me, progressively leave or become far less engaged than they were, more or less for the same reason. That they become cognizant of the method having significant impracticalities. Now, there are historical realities that Hizb-ut Tahrir has to wrangle with. I mean, they stood for elections in Jordan, and had a seat in the Jordanian parliament. Why did they say we're not going to stand for elections anymore? Well, because they got banned in, multiple countries. And, you can't have a policy of saying, oh yeah, we're going to engage with the political system, but we're banned, and then still be relevant. I mean, people aren't going to come along to that. So, I mean, you have to modify the doctrine as the conditions go on. But the problem with this, sort of progressive evolution is that the newly initiated are unaware of the origins and start to believe the doctrine as if it is true and pure. And B, you become less and less engaged with those outside of your own echo chamber. But as I said, whilst, I do think that Hizb-ut Tahrir has unintentionally led to some divisions within, or facilitated some divisions within the Australian Muslim community, I think by and large they are a relatively benign group with perhaps, some interesting philosophical topics for discussion, and nothing more.
Yeah, it's interesting you brought up with HT specifically. I can maybe touch on my sort of experiences with HTs, especially when I was at university, UNSW at the time. Now HT aren't as prominent as they used to be, but years ago they had with methods and ways of recruiting uni students. When, for example, I had a contact meeting when I was basically second year. I think I was end of first year of my university. I had a proper contact meeting, and then I realized there's actually how they sort of approach things is they'll aim to recruit someone within the MSA, and then slowly and surely get them within the HT circles, and then sort of have them recruit others. So it's almost like I don't know, to call a chain effect or something to that effect. And
so, you could call it a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme.
Well said, well said. And so like they had that sort of approach, and I think, however, they did, like as I mentioned earlier, or alluded to, is that at least they kind of provided a sort of more radical approach where people seem to be a bit more on the moderate end of, like, yeah, like for me, like, just from my own sort of perspective, like you kind of alluded to, the good Muslim, bad Muslim thing wasn't, I guess, really a big thing. But I guess from my own sort of experience, when society sort of has you work within confines of, like, okay, look, this is what it means to be a good citizen, and then you sort of fight back against that. I think at least HT, from my perspective, I thought that was like the ideal approach, and at least like HT provided a sort of not a, I would say, like the lead, or in some ways, like at least you could look up to someone and be like, look, that's the sort of approach that they had. But yeah, like in terms of a lot of prominent people leaving, that's definitely happened, like for sure. Like I think, like, because all my friends, not all my friends, but like most of my friends that were like part of HT now, and I still hang out with them, they all pretty much left. There's only like a handful that are still there, but so many of them like actually left. And it is definitely like scarring for the organization. I've also talked to like people about within HT about that, and they sort of like brush it off like, oh, people come and go and this and that, but they don't really provide a sufficient answer to like why. And I think one of the whys is like that kind of approach to history that they have, where it's like, sort of the khilaf, or how it kind of will look. It's this kind of not, I wouldn't say they were saying like it's a utopia of sorts, but it was almost on that, painting that picture. But in reality, we know how rocky Islamic history was, so it was never in the manner that it was depicted by HT at times. And even the kind of I had a lot of friends as well that were like ex-HT. I was never part of HT, but I was basically in the circle, so I kind of have an idea, because I hear a lot of stories where it's like almost like cultish approach to things, where I know instances where like even people that left HT and they bumped into another like HT guy on the street, they wouldn't give them salams or something. Like it's kind of, when you get to that point, it's a bit like, cultish. So yeah, like I definitely agree with like a lot of prominent people leaving, but I don't know, like, because the method that you're championing, like I just wanted to hone in a bit more. Maybe you can like add on to stuff that I just mentioned before, but I also wanted to kind of touch on, I guess, your sort of approach. Because even for me, it's like, I don't know, like what would essentially, like, what the end goal look like and be like, and why, like, because if we go through the system is already shaped in a way where, I don't know, like it's only going to facilitate, from my perspective, like people that are more, I think, more irreligious, perhaps, able to, the system is more catering to them rather than, I guess, people of faith. And I guess like one example, like I guess the Muslim community specifically, and maybe other faith communities as well. So it's like the system in of itself is already like flawed in that sense, and we can see like the effects of, I don't know, someone would point to Muslim Brotherhood and how that turned out, like using the system to try to I guess assist Muslims. It ended up being even worse when from that kind of context. So it's like, what can we actually do within the system, or how does the end goal even look like? So I just wanted to,
yeah. Look, I mean, I think the first point is that there doesn't have to be an end goal, in terms of a grand overarching objective. If I can give a sort of a historical analogy, so to speak, I mean, my grandmother, who was born in Sydney, she's 87 now. She was born 5 years before the start of World War II. She was born at a time in Sydney, and she actually went to Canterbury Girls High School. So she was born at a time in Sydney when sewage was still not piped in Canterbury. That you had a septic tank out the back that got picked up. My grandfather, who lived in Parramatta, same thing at that time. And obviously then, their childhood was World War II here in Australia. My grandmother remembers, needing to go to primary school in Canterbury with dog tags and a rubber teething ring. around her neck. And, that was because, there were fears, they never ended up manifesting significantly, aside from, miniature submarines in Sydney Harbour. But there were fears that Sydney would be attacked. And they were preparing for, bombings that would affect, school children and all that sort of stuff. When she was growing up, most people did not have a car. Most people did not have the telephone to their house. First television in Australia, I think, was in the late 50s, or it might have even been the early 60s. Colour television in Australia was either the late 60s or early 70s. Dial-up internet, well, what was that? I think that was like the late 90s, and that was, 12 kilobyte or 28 kilobyte, dial-up internet. In her time as a high school student, there would have been no prospect of, someone like her coming from a relatively low socioeconomic background going on to university, which at the time was full fee paying if you didn't get one of the very few Commonwealth scholarships. We didn't have free access or sponsored access to university until 1973. We didn't have Medicare until the early 1980s. So she was 50 years old before she could go and see a doctor without paying for it, or go to a hospital without paying for it. And, and she remembers, having my uncle, my mother, my aunt in the private part of the hospital because that was what they could afford at the time. She now, in lockdown, has her mobile phone, talks to, my kids on FaceTime, her great-grandchildren. So, I mean, imagine the monumental social change that she has observed in that time, and the vastly different opportunities there are available now, especially say for her great-grandchildren versus, herself in terms of healthcare, education, social mobility, and so on. Have we reached an endpoint, however? Is society just that good now compared to where she was at birth in 1934 that we've reached an endpoint? Well, no, absolutely we haven't. Poverty still impacts huge numbers of the Australian community. We are seeing progressively a shift away, from tertiary education access again now. I mean, not a full return to where it was before the 1970s, but certainly, heading more toward that American model. And this impacts the Muslim community. I'm sure you would have heard the conversations that take place with people about, is HEX or help, as it's called now, is that permissible? Can I go to uni if I can't pay, my fee portion up front and all that sort of stuff? So the point is, like, just because we make improvements, it doesn't mean that we've actually reached the end. But likewise, to have a tangible end point, I think, is being unfair to yourself, and B, it might sound like a bit of a cop out, but B, it's ignoring the fact that once we solve the problems of today, there will be problems of tomorrow. So, it's a really long way of me saying I don't think I'm under any compulsion to give an endpoint. What I would say the objective is progressively along the way is to continue to foster a common good, continue to promote the opportunity for Muslim Australians and the non-Muslims within Australia to build a positive common life. Now, if we had have been able to continue doing that through the mid-90s and early 2000s, as opposed to the, strong anti-Muslim rhetoric that really ramped up, in the early 2000s. Would we have had what happened in Christchurch 2 years ago? Well, probably not. It would certainly make it less likely, right? And so, that's kind of the reality. I think that people need to contend with if they want to challenge the engagement with the mainstream view. If you want to propose an alternative, fine. But if your alternative is essentially Muslims being ghettoized, well, then you need to deal with a number of harsh facts. The first being, and we're seeing this now in the pandemic in Sydney, and we saw it in Melbourne last year with the lockdowns, with difficulties with employment that a lot of members of our community are facing. They're facing significant housing insecurity, and had we acted 15 years ago and established community loans, cooperatives, and these sorts of institutions, facilitating people getting into home ownership in a Islamically permissible manner, we wouldn't have that problem to the extent that we do now. If we weren't splitting hairs and arguing about the number of angels on a pinhead with regard to hex, we would have a lot more young women with tertiary educations now, young women who are now mothers trying to homeschool their children in lockdown. Because in a number of the conversations that I got to overhear in the time that I was at uni, it seemed to be that women were the ones that were more often being pulled out of uni because of hex, than guys. And I'm not quite sure why that was the case, but that was certainly what I saw as anecdotal experience. They've got to contend with the fact that we have made almost zero social gains in any of the causes that we are concerned with, again, in the past 15 years. Now, compare this to the impact that, and I don't agree with everything that they say, but compare this with the impact that Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib have had in the US in only a couple of years. They have taken the discussion about injustices against Palestinians to the mainstream. They've taken discussions about Islamophobia to the mainstream, and all the while are now being celebrated by members of the non-Muslim community. And that's not the objective. Our objective isn't to be celebrated even internally, let alone externally. But that's the impact, that these two women have had in a short space of time. In 15 years, we've accomplished nothing in those three categories that I've just spoken about. And critically, it was an Australian individual who went to New Zealand because of easy access to firearms and committed that atrocity that he committed. Now I'm pretty sure that the youngest victim was 3 years old. Okay. And for the people that want to say, no, we shouldn't engage, let's keep our ideological purity and live in our own little ghettos. Well, you say that's a victim of that strategy that you're happy with, that you're happy for that to happen again. Because, and look, and I'm not blaming victims here, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we have the responsibility to take the first step and all that sort of stuff. We've been estranged. We're due a reconciliation. We're owed that. It is utterly unfair and reprehensible that a member of the Commonwealth government, who was a few votes in the Liberal Party room away from being Prime Minister, Peter Dutton, can get up and say it was a mistake to let Lebanese Muslim migrants into Australia. That is a disgrace. And we are owed an apology for that, as we are for many other things that our community and individuals with our community have been subject to. However, that apology is very unlikely to be forthcoming from the people that owe it to us. And we've got two options. We can, as I said, maintain our ideological purity, wait for those apologies, wait for the perfect circumstances, and we risk something like Christchurch happening again, or we can get on the front foot and we can do the best that we can do with the circumstances that we have. And conveniently, as I said, we've got a model in Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. As I said, I'll say it again, I don't agree with everything that they say and do, but they have performed remarkably in a US that had never been more anti-Muslim in its history. And that's the sort of thing that we need to be doing here.
A lot of interesting thoughts there. I have a lot to share, so I'd like to also get your sort of perspective. But I guess like one thing I just wanted to touch, like I guess when you were saying your perspective, because I've written some notes here, is that like for me, like from my perspective, when I, for example, look to the Seerah, for example, I see the Seerah as a almost way of firstly, as Muslims, we try to want to understand the way of Rasulullah, and of course, like different groups kind of extrapolate different ways and methods. Like for example, HT, have a extrapolate from the Seerah in a certain way, and there's Tanzim Islam is another way, etc. So I'm not to say like I have the correct way, but I guess how I sort of perceive it is that I do see in a way it sort of mimics a sort of revolution in the sense that, look, at the time in the Meccan society, there was idolatry, there was a lot of promiscuity, etc. All this sort of situations and issues were within that society. And so, Rasulullah tries, different means, like I guess political activism in the sense of, uniting different tribes, bringing them to Islam, spreading the message, etc. Not just like militarily, but also, on the ground and through his, good manners, etc. So there's both elements. It's not just one, thing, but a bit of a multi-faceted approach, but then essentially does become to transform the society, right? And so, like for me, when someone goes through the approach of going through the system, it's sort of what I see it from. I like to hear your thoughts, I guess, in the sort of way I perceive it. It's like, I don't know, because even in the Meccan society, there was, I think, a sort of council for the Meccan people at that time, and so it's like for me, I don't know, like how I'd envision working the society in that kind of context during time of Rasulullah is like almost as if Rasulullah would try to work within that council and try to make his way up within that council. But I guess my sort of perspective about that would be like he would be. I guess your point was like it doesn't necessarily have to be like a sort of end goal that we envision, but in the sense of like I guess in that specific context, it's like the ceiling can only go so far. And so talking about like the current context now, like for example, we see the BLM movement is like a very big example we can kind of draw from, where especially like within the Black community, or I guess obviously like there's big segments of Muslim population within the Black community. There was like, protests and rallies and, a lot of sentiment online, and a lot of, social media was utilized to sort of drum up the support of people when it comes to, African American rights and all that sort of stuff, because it would have been, such a long time where the black community had to encounter so much when it comes to, it's very, like on many different levels, like mass incarceration, or it could be when something happens and they have to work through the legal system, they almost feel like handicapped because like I was even listening to some podcasts as well from different people, how especially when the police kind of have grounds to arrest young African American boys because they can just kind of use the weed excuse, like, oh, I just smell weed on them. But, they kind of utilize like ways like that to, I don't know, like lock up or put the African American community under the microscope a bit more. And so they see the effects of the society that they're in, and, how, the experiences have not been the best. And so, for example, I guess like to take into context, it's like that's how I guess critical race theory kind of emerged to kind of articulate their experiences, etc. But like, I guess what we can kind of observe is that there's this, the African American community, the Black community in America had to endure a lot, and so it's almost like they're sick of it, and they want more, they want better, and so you sort of see the situation with, I guess, BLM and how big it was and how big the movement was. But in saying that, for me, like personally, I guess as a Muslim living, in the West, I kind of, I guess, with the Muslim, when it comes to Islam and Deen, I sort of, not to say, I sort of envision an approach where it sort of has that sort of public sentiment where people want better, people want more, and it's more vocal. Whereas, I don't know, like there's only so far, like even with, you mentioned Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, like with that situation, people will say like, because Rashida Tlaib, I think I'm saying her name right, but like she made a statement where it's like, my Allah is a she or something to that effect, like stuff for like, I don't know, people will be like, that's not my representation of Deen and Islam. So it's like, why is she there to represent me? And I guess, like, of course, like not to downplay the fact that they've been vocal about the Palestinian issue, etc. But there was also things floating around on the internet about how I don't know, I haven't really looked into it deep. I just sort of saw it. Maybe the listeners or yourself can kind of kind of articulate that way. It's something where she allowed some, I think, funding to Israel or passed a bill or motion or something to that effect. So I think there's a bit of controversy even when it comes to what it looks like when it comes to helping the Palestinians. And so there's that kind of whole conversation. And so like just another example to add as well, even in the local kind of Muslim community, like because we're in lockdown in Sydney, there's a whole issue with when they brought the army out and the police out, and so a lot of the Muslim community is now fearful, and a lot of the sentiments online is that now we've seen it where they are putting the Muslim community under the microscope a lot more, and they like there was that Rashay's guy that kind of
and I saw that. I mean, we even though I think that he probably had a few Rami, I think he probably had a few opportunities to diffuse the situation. Certainly, like, I mean, multiple police being called by that single officer to come and arrest one person or to give fines to two women. It's ridiculous. And look, and especially given what we know now of people that have been let off. So I mean, for those that don't know, I'm in the Newcastle region, and we've had a number of cases up here. In fact, the hospital that I work at and the department that I work in was a red spot for 9 hours on a day last week, all because a 21-year-old woman from the western suburbs of Sydney, she hasn't been doxed, so I don't think that we should, came up here and attended parties. Now, on her way up here, when I think she was at a train station on the Central Coast, police asked her what she was doing. She said she'd fallen asleep at Epping. For those listeners that don't know, Epping is a northern Sydney suburb, and connects the train line from Sydney to Newcastle. And so then they let her go. Well, I mean, that in comparison to what that police officer was doing at Rashay's, forcing the women at the admin desk, to give their identities and all that sort of stuff. I can understand, why Rami initially reacted in the way that he did. And I don't know Rami. I mean, I've been a loyal Rashay's customer for over 10 years, but that's the only connection, that I've got to the place. But yeah, I mean, I think that, to be fair to the circumstance, as ridiculous as it was, he probably did have a couple of opportunities to diffuse the situation. And again, as I was saying before, this is not about victim blaming. This is not me, saying I think it's okay that we always have to be the first ones to reach out, the first ones to make that effort. But it's interesting, that you give the example of the Prophet ﷺ. And, we used to discuss in a Seerah dos that I used to attend, the sheikh who was facilitating it used to say that Seerah gives you basira, that understanding or learning the biography of the Prophet ﷺ gives you foresight of what's going to happen, because touching on the various socio-political circumstances that the Prophet ﷺ found himself in that you refer to. I mean, the circumstance that we're in at the moment is far more like that early Meccan period. And what was happening to the Muslims when they first became public, that they were getting tortured and executed. And that's essentially, without sounding like hyperbole, it's what's happening now. When people are coming to our place of worship on Yom al-Jum'ah, and shooting up the place indiscriminately and enjoying it, that is comparable, to that period of time. And so people will then want to conveniently skip over, 23 years of a prophetic mission, also ignoring the fact that it's a prophetic mission. It's not a bunch of us, imperfect people trying to navigate everyday difficulties with the divine instruction, the ahkam we've been given. And they say, oh, well, why can't we just do that? Well, I mean, we know that in that early period, there were multiple negotiation methods. Those negotiations, sometimes were helpful to the extent that, and we know this, Prophet ﷺ, Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, paid the polytheists to let Muslims go, prevent them from being tortured and so on. To ignore those realities, and then to ignore the fact that the next step, because of how bad it was getting, was the migration, it's really ignoring the entirety of the Seerah. It's just been convenient, for a socio-political argument, again, like putting forward this purity that isn't really there. In terms of the question, or, you thought about Rashida Tlaib and, does she represent all of us or whatever? Well, that's not her job. Her job is to represent her constituents, or, whatever they term constituents in the United States. And that would no doubt include non-Muslims. Now, yes, she as an individual, has a right to represent her individual views as well. But ultimately her job is to represent her constituents, and then in a way that is being true to herself. Is she going to be a perfect Muslim representative? Well, of course not. I don't know anything about her, but, personally, but outwardly, she doesn't wear the hijab, at least. So, she's not going to be representative of any of the mutajbat, simple, in that particular element. But she's a voice in the conversation. In our Commonwealth Parliament, we've got two people, Ed Husich and Anne Ali on the Labor side. Now, again, I think that neither of them would claim to be perfect Muslim representatives, in the sense that, they are representing, Muslim orthodoxy, because I don't think that either of them adhere to it. And as I said, I think that they've been open and honest about that as well. But they are having, some of the conversations, that need to take place. The mere fact that Ed Husich took his oath to Parliament on a Quran instead of, a set of Christian scriptures is that step closer, to us being able to take our place within the mainstream. Because, who says that, and why do we persist with this dichotomy that, being a Muslim Australian means that you can't be mainstream? That's rubbish. That is just complete crap. But as I said, sitting back in this sort of, pure but impotent ivory tower is only going to lead to the maintenance of the circumstances that we have. And the maintenance of the circumstances that we have is Muslims being at best ignored, at worst killed. That's a fact. I look forward to anyone challenging that reality.
Some interesting thoughts there. I had one point where, because you mentioned we're in the I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you alluded to us currently being like sort of the early Meccan phase. But I guess my counterpoint would
be in terms of what our social political capital is, like, I mean, not in the sense that it's our job to then do a hijrah to somewhere, and then to, establish, a community somewhere or whatever. Not in that sense. In the sense that our current status of socio-political capital in the country in which we live is comparable to that early Meccan phase. Yeah.
Because, I guess my point would be that, because considering around the world, Muslims are like 1 in 4 of the population. It's like, because in the early Meccan phase, it was more about essentially, giving dawah to people and kind of building the base from the ground up, and kind of targeting. I wouldn't say target.
Do you think that in any Muslim majority country, we have any more significant social or political capital?
From that perspective, no, because of course, we see famous scholars get jailed, all that kind of stuff.
No, and we see ridiculous things happen. So, I don't know if you saw the reports out of Pakistan earlier in the week, but an 8-year-old Hindu boy who urinated in a madrasa library. This is what the English reports say. I don't read Urdu, so I can't confirm or deny. But this is what the reports say. Urinated in a madrasa library, 8-year-old Hindu boy, and is now being charged with the blasphemy laws in Pakistan. Well, how ridiculous is that? First of all, an 8-year-old Hindu boy in Islam is a misnomer. He's not even a mukallif. And to call it blasphemy, even if he were 16, well, this is directly going against the example of the Prophet ﷺ. We know the famous story of when there was a man that urinated in the Prophet's mosque in Medina. So the 1 in 4 in the world, it just doesn't mean anything. It honestly doesn't mean a single thing. And especially when, the bulk of that 1 in 4 are, and I'm going to be a bit disparaging here and rude. I genuinely don't want to offend people, but these are the harsh realities. The bulk of that 1 in 4 are illiterate. The bulk of that 1 in 4 probably don't even know Faradain. They don't know how to make wudu. They don't know how to pray. They don't know anything, right? They identify with the label, and I hope, some of the core beliefs, but that's it. And let's take a look at the Muslim world snapshot as of today. Well, Indonesia is getting completely and utterly ravaged by COVID-19. To the extent that young people, younger than us, are dying, and that's including medical students and doctors, quite regularly there. Basic principles of Islam when it comes to managing plagues, interacting with health, interacting with cures, scientific basis for cures, and so on, completely and utterly ignored in the most populous Muslim country in the world. Turkey at the moment, is and has been, for periods over the past few months on fire, literally on fire. No, no climate change policy at all. No regard for, again, the these are not ahadith or ahkam that come after the time of the Prophet ﷺ. Like the Prophet ﷺ gave us instructions for caring for the environment and trying to maintain our place in it. Let's go back, talking of Turkey, to this most recent ideal time. When there was an Ottoman Khilafah. We'll ignore, the bulk of 600 years of history where, the family members were all constantly trying to kill one another to maintain power, and we'll pretend, that there was more than 2 or 3 of them that were actually somewhat benevolent. One of the greatest atrocities in modern history, the Armenian genocide, occurred during the time of the last Khilafah. So, our track record with this, 1 in 4 of the population is not great. And it stems from, the most base of social challenges: illiteracy, poor infrastructure, infanticide, misogyny, to larger issues, as I said, big ticket things like how we're managing climate change, how atrocities like the Armenian genocide, which the Turkish government still does not acknowledge, are to be responded to. I can't say that, that there is any model that anyone is putting forward that doesn't include engagement with the system that we have, that leads to any meaningful change.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Yeah. So I snuck on kind of during the middle of that.
I saw you come on about 15 minutes ago. You've been more than that, like probably 20. You've been lurking.
Yeah, I've been lurking. I've just been listening. Making some notes on some of the things that you've been saying, getting ready to turn the grill up.
Okay.
It's good to be back on, and good to hear from you again, Abdullah. Thank you very much. You mentioned something that I find quite fascinating: the idea that Muslims fear this discourse of kind of participation or integration, and discuss how it could potentially result in this kind of creedal dilution. And I want to know what you say to those individuals, especially because I know you're quite passionately orthodox, if that makes any sense, as am I. But do you personally feel there's any kind of truth to this fear, or is it just fear-mongering?
Look, I guess it's not an experience that I've had. I mean, I have never been compelled in any organization or group or whatever that I've been in to, and I think even, genuinely encouraged to do anything that would contradict my Islamic principles. I've had a couple of, I think, poorly placed jokes about, going out for drinks or, eating a ham sandwich or, something like that from, colleagues and people involved in community groups and whatnot. But I, as I said, I can only refer to my own experience. I've never had a circumstance where I've felt as though I really need to compromise something that I critically believe in here. I've always had the opportunity to say, if I were writing the rules, this would not be the rule that I would come up with. I've always had the opportunity to say, I don't support this particular idea or that particular idea. So I think that, this idea that you must necessarily be a moderate Muslim, inverted commas, whatever that means. I mean, when people are using it as a pejorative term, it usually means one who's not engaged with, with Orthodox Aqidah and, the Arkham that we all follow. I can't say that I've ever felt that way.
Why do you think, though, that this kind of essentializing, that there's grave aqaid consequences to participation, is so widespread?
Yeah, look, it's a very good question. I can't say that I've thought about it too much, but I wonder if the basis of it is just a lack of awareness, a lack of experience, on the part of the people who are, arguing that case. I mean, like anyone, we can talk about the Labor Party, for example, because that's my experience. And obviously, I've gone to many a local branch meeting. And anyone that's been to a branch meeting of their local Labor Party will know that every issue is always up for discussion. It's always on the table. And you can hold whatever position, you want to hold, that you want to articulate. Now, of course, once the branch or, in the case of the state party or the federal party, everyone's had their vote and, a decision's been made, well, I mean, you're expected to at least be willing to acknowledge that this is the position of the team, and not actively undermine the position of the team. But you're still free to, follow your own, your own opinion. From a Muslim perspective, we can use the example in the New South Wales Parliament of Sholkat Musselman, who did not want to support the party's position of decriminalising abortion, and he, and as were Catholic members of the party, and there are a number of Catholic members in the Labor Party and in Parliament, state and federally, were given a conscience vote, and so they didn't have to actively support, but the expectation is you're part of a team and your voice has been heard. The majority have voted this way, and you now don't actively undermine. You still get to make your active stance, that is, so when you're voting for legislation in Parliament, you still get to make your active stance in a way that is consistent with your beliefs, but you're now not, shit canning the team, for lack of a better term. And I don't know, I mean, maybe some people say, oh, that's just unacceptable. Like you have to just be constantly stating your view, speaking out, blah, blah, blah. Look, I mean, I just don't think that, that's necessary. I mean, anyone who, thinks that, say, for argument's sake, there's room in Islamic law for, intimate relationships outside of marriage. Well, I mean, they just haven't bothered to read anything about Islam. And so to think that someone on our side would have to constantly state that again and again and again, for me is just ridiculous. Like, I mean, there has to be a point at which, some basic truths about our religion are just kind of known. We know, okay, well, that's, the Muslim position, and it just doesn't need to be constantly stated again and again and again.
Sort of following on from that, if there's anything the unfolding of the current coronavirus situation has kind of demonstrated to me, specifically with the serious concerns voiced by the Muslim community with regards to media portrayals, police treatments, and sort of choices of language by government and how they address certain government areas compared to others. It's the kind of deep-seated distrust and resentment toward authority and government in these countries. And unfortunately, I don't think the government's done themselves many favors. But it's a lot of the... I actually been speaking to some of the kind of vaccine skeptics in our community. And there was a few polls going around my local area of Bankstown and some of the Muslim groups here. And they were asking, are you going to take the vaccine? And in most of the polls, specifically around here, that I saw online on Facebook, certain Facebook groups like Sydney Islamic Discussions, around half of the respondents, Muslim respondents, said they weren't going to take the vaccine. When I asked them and when other people asked them, a lot of them described, and when they were pressed about it, they would present their statistics and so forth. A lot of them would be torn down straight away, these statistics and these kind of arguments as to why talking about the TGA and their discussion around AstraZeneca and the potential dangers of AstraZeneca. Those kind of arguments don't really hold up very long. What a lot of the Muslims around here would retreat to is, well, they lied to us about Iraq. They lied to us about their wars. They've been meddling in these things overseas, and they've been offsiding us for decades, and they continue to do so. I mean, I'm talking about governments when we're talking about there. They've been doing this to us for decades. Why would we trust them now? And so I suppose this fear of integration or participation comes from this distrust, and I do feel that these authorities have a great deal of responsibility to take for that. And I think you did actually allude to that as well earlier on, how we are owed an apology here.
Oh, look, I agree with what you're saying completely. I think that trust in institutions, and it's not just Muslims, trust in institutions across the board is declining in almost every country. The fact that Jamal Khashoggi, whatever we think of his, politics and media and all that, I mean, I don't know anything about him other than, he was a state-sanctioned execution, and likely quite a brutal one. US silent, or Trump made a pithy comment about it. It's essentially now been forgotten. It's not part of everyday discourse. So I mean, that sort of stuff is outrageous, and it's obviously eroding trust in institutions in that country. KSA in the United States of America. The Trump presidency did an excellent job of eroding trust in institutions. The David Cameron prime ministership in the UK did an excellent job of eroding trust in institutions, and the Abbott prime ministership especially, but then the coalition government since then here have done an excellent job of eroding trust in institutions. Now, yes, predominantly people of colour, which is what Western Sydney is, predominantly people of colour have been subject to ridiculous language and rhetoric in comparison to what the conversation was about the eastern suburbs, when this particular outbreak first emerged. But even more frightening and outrageous is the fact that there are currently, in the space of a 24-hour period, I think it's 25, but it might be more than that, Aboriginal Australians in Dubbo who have now contracted the Delta variant. A town who had to give up their vaccine allotment recently to try and get the complete balls up that has been done with Sydney under control. So that is a travesty, and I mean, I'll call it what I think it is. It's a crime. It is a crime that is now being committed as we're watching against our First Nations people. And what happened over the past few weeks with Western Sydney, the way that the language shifted considerably, that is a crime. And obviously, when we have a government that is committing crimes like these against people, is it any wonder, that they don't trust them? How do we get around this? Well, my thinking is that it's community organisation that's going to get us out. So anyone that knows me knows that I am, whenever I'm bothered to talk on a topic, and again, everyone that knows me well knows that I'm actually pretty introverted, and I don't often talk about things unless I'm actually coaxed out. But I've been for many years critical of the way that the LMA has gone about a lot of things. And in the early stages of the Sydney outbreak, and I expressed this criticism to a couple of people that I know that work there, I was very unimpressed with their unwillingness to talk about vaccines. And an unofficial response that I was given from someone, and so this is not the official LMA stance, but an unofficial response I was given was that the reason why initially they weren't talking about vaccines was because they knew what the community feel was, and that they just didn't want the negative press.
That hasn't stopped them in the past always, has it?
Well, yeah, that was almost exactly the response that I gave verbatim. But I'm impressed that they've actually taken a stand. And I mean, anyone, I'm not, active on Facebook and that sort of stuff, but I get sent screenshots of things from friends, and, the LMA has obviously been slammed by members of the community for getting in the vaccine facilitation zone. Shadi Suleiman was slammed for talking about the fact that he got vaccinated, and now Wissam Shrakawi is being slammed, for talking about the vaccinations. So we do have people and the LMA as an organisation, within our community that have recognised the seriousness of the situation and are trying to do the right thing, and are taking the heat as a result. But it's only through these trusted community individuals and organisations that we're actually going to be able to shift public opinion. The remarkable thing for me is, and obviously I get in, people text me and stuff, what's my view on the vaccine and all that, because I'm a doctor. And I say, well, I got my second vaccination back in April. So, that's my view. If I could get my kids vaccinated, I would. And then they send me, the sort of stuff that must be circulating, a lot. And it's predominantly American Trump supporter stuff. Scientific garbage about spike proteins in the vaccine and all this sort of rubbish. I try to explain to them why it's wrong, or why it's incorrect. Sometimes that's quite difficult. There are concepts that can't be detechnicalized. And that's not me trying to ridicule an individual or people that don't have that understanding. If anything, it's a deficiency on my part, that I understand it enough to know that it's okay. And as I said, I would give it to my kids if I had the chance, but I perhaps don't understand it enough to be able to detechnicalize it to the level that some people need it to be. And but what I find with all but a handful of people that have asked me for my view is that they just stay fixed on this anti-vaccine, COVID's not that bad position. I as I said, I think the only way out of it is community organisation, using trusted organisations, using trusted individuals, and really building up our communal solidarity that, along with the trust in government and other public institutions, has been so impressively eroded, in particular over the past 10 years.
mentioned that figures who command respect and are trusted, though, such as Sheikh Wassam, who has come out recently with a series of posts in the Muslim community, if I can say Muslim community, I put that in inverted commas always, are getting slammed. And you mentioned also the LMA's hesitancy because of fear of public backlash when, as I pointed out, hasn't necessarily stopped them in the past. So why is vaccination specifically so controversial? And do you reckon it has anything to do with what some people have identified, especially some of the younger guys around here, have identified with a sort of QAnon alt-right creep into the kind of, through the internet, into kind of some elements of the Muslim spaces?
Oh, look, I think it's two key things. The first thing is grief at a life lost. And I don't mean as in someone dying, I mean the life that people are leading. I speak from the position of, aside from the fact that I work in a hazardous workplace, quite significant privilege. Over the past 2 years of the pandemic, or 18 months, at no point has my job ever been at risk. I get to go to work every day. If anything, there are periods where I've been working more because of it. I have no concerns about financial security for my immediate family because of that. When we were living in Canberra last year, and in the early stage of what was happening around April, I think it might have been May, we actually pulled our kids out of school early. And the reason that we did that was because we had the resources to do it. We could teach the kids from home, and I didn't want the kids to get infected at school, and I also didn't want the kids to get infected from me and then take it back to the school and perhaps pass it on to a child who, has some vulnerabilities that may have made them more susceptible to the then original strain adverse effects for children. We had separate living quarters for me that I could access on days that I was at work. I mean, we were very comfortable. The majority of people are not in that circumstance, and the majority of people, especially in the areas that Muslims live in Melbourne and Sydney, and indeed, I'm sure in other parts of Australia as well, are unable to work, unable to feed their families, unable to pay their rent, and it seems large numbers as well are having significant difficulties with homeschooling. So yeah, I've been persistently in, as I said, aside from the possibility of exposure at work, and that became the most real it's ever become last week. Aside from the possibility of exposure at work, I've always been in a pretty comfortable position relative to what most are facing. In terms of where, as I said, this grief at losing work, losing financial security, knowing that you've lost, for some people, they've lost 18 months of their life. I mean, people have had to cancel their weddings, people can't attend janazat, and, these things are incredibly harmful for people. And I think, again, it's something that most governments in Australia have not really acknowledged very well. They've not acknowledged that genuine grief that people absolutely have a right to experience. When we're grieving, what is the natural human response to grieving? It's looking for answers. The second thing, aside from grief, is that I doubt that most in our community, the exception would be perhaps people who have been refugees from war zones, but most people in our community never in their lives would have encountered a circumstance that affects everyone, that impacts them significantly, and that the details of which they don't understand and probably don't have the capacity to understand. So what does that lead to? That leads to fear. Okay, and again, with fear, what do we want? We want answers. So grief, we want answers. Fear, we want answers. And, the QAnon alt-right, you're getting magnetized and chips put in you and, all this other rubbish, ultimately gives people easy answers. It also gives them an outlet for their grief, saying, nope, lockdowns don't achieve anything. It's just harming you. Like there are this, elite group of society that are actively trying to harm you. It's responding to their grief, and it's fulfilling the need of their fear. And I think that's the critical thing, that needs to be understood about it. I don't think that the people that believe these anti-vaccine conspiracies are stupid. I don't think that they, want to be harmful. Do I have time for people who are in positions of influence? And I include in that people who have influence within their own family circle. So children telling their parents not to get vaccinated and so on. Do I have time for those people, and especially the people who have broader influence? Absolutely not. I've been told by many people that one of my huge flaws is that I don't suffer fools at the best of times, and certainly people who are expressing these views and influencing others, I have very little time for, but I can appreciate and try my best to have compassion for why people are clinging to these ideas.
Staying within the kind of broader Australian context, but moving on from COVID, I wanted to ask you specifically about something that I've been pondering recently myself, obviously coming from a non-Muslim family and being a convert. I don't often like to put myself out there as a convert anymore as much. It gets ploughed so much, being the token convert. And
don't worry, you've got a lot of time to look forward to.
I was talking to Professor Salim Farah from Sydney Uni not that long ago, and he was saying that people would ask for his conversion. People half his age and who he'd been Muslim for longer than they'd been alive would ask him for their conversion story. So I was thinking about conversion to Islam in Australia and comparing it with America and the kind of, not necessarily mass conversion, but relative mass conversions of African American communities and Latino communities as well. And I was wondering if you thought that any kind of phenomenon, because obviously we're both Australian and we both, alhamdulillah, found Islam. Do you think there's any potential for significant headway made into the non-Muslim community with regards to dawah, or any kind of potential for mass conversions like we see in the States and even to some extent in London as well? I know that there was recently a kind of crisis meeting at a church in South London because 1 in 10 Afro-Caribbean youths in the area were converting to Islam.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, I'm surprised that we haven't had that moment yet with Indigenous Australians. I suspect, but I might be wrong, but I suspect that as we continue to navigate through the healing process that this country needs to go through with our First Nations people, and particularly as we head toward acknowledgement in the Constitution and a voice to the Parliament, however we get there, I will be surprised if we don't have quite large numbers get on board. If I had to come up with some reasons as to why it hasn't happened yet, I'd say that it's one of our failings as a community. I think that we haven't actively engaged with Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander and South Sea Islander communities particularly well. We have ad hoc but not as a sustained initiative. And in fact, funnily enough, the Jewish community in Australia has done a much better job of engaging with Indigenous Australians, I think, than we have, even, ad hoc engagements considered. With regard to other communities, I'll be very surprised if Native Americans also don't start to get on board, especially with, some of the recent events in Canada. It's the modern, and when I say modern, I mean, 1600s onwards, European interpretation of Christianity has undoubtedly gone hand in hand with colonialism and injustices committed in the processes of colonialization. And as a lot of those facts, I think, progressively unfold in in the last vestiges of colonialism, I think people who are looking for a system of belief that inherently is counter-colonial and counter-division will become more and more attractive. I might be wrong about that. Look, I don't know if we've ever had this conversation, Raf, but like my path was certainly pretty simple. It was all about monotheism, and it wasn't about anything particularly profound. I converted at 18 years of age. I think you were sort of a similar sort of age, and I, in a couple of months, will have been alive longer as a Muslim than I was as a non-Muslim. And, and bear in mind that, convert at 18 years of age, well, I wasn't a mukallaf for particularly long, before becoming Muslim. So yeah, look, it's one of those frustrating things, you kind of perennially seen as a convert. It used to kind of really annoy me, and to the extent that I would get asked, to come and do the conversion story, and say no, like I don't want to do it, but B, it's not particularly interesting. Like, I don't have some story about a book opening to a random page and, lightning striking out the front of my house and, a unicorn galloping across my vision or whatever. I don't think it's interesting. And I progressively stopped being asked, because I suspect that sort of in the circles that I was doing talks in, people were saying to each other, "Oh, this is not a topic he likes. Like, don't bother asking him to come and talk if this is what you want him to talk about." But
are you sure you weren't just giving a very jaded account, and people got?
Oh, look, I could well have been. I was probably getting up, talk for 5 minutes. Well, that's it. That's the story, does anyone have any exciting questions? Maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, it doesn't really frustrate me as much as it used to. I guess because I've kind of come to terms with it, and it's interesting that you talk about Salim, because he's obviously well beyond me in terms of numbers, but yeah, I'd like to think that kind of 18 years down the track, it's not really a significant thing anymore, but I don't want to offend anyone who's ever sort of asked me the story, and I know that no one ever asks because they want me to talk about something that I don't particularly find interesting. I think they ask because they're genuinely interested, and I'm grateful for that. Like I'm honestly, even though I'm probably at the point now where I've probably turned down a talk or a dialogue or a debate like a 3, 4, 5-fold for every one that I've actually done. I'm grateful that every time and
why
humbled.
is that, do you feel?
Look, well, I mean, I don't find it difficult to talk in front of a crowd, and some people will argue that I like the sound of my own voice, and they may well be correct with that.
It sounds very good. So.
Oh, thank you. No but I don't. I don't kind of crave that being in the group. I'm far more comfortable, sitting in a corner reading a book, and also and I'm genuinely humbled by this. Like I'm humbled that people think that I have interesting things to say. Like I don't really think I have anything that interesting to say. I mean, certainly, my own family gets bored pretty quickly of, the things that I have to say. So, I think that there are probably the two things, that whilst I don't find it difficult, I certainly can't say that I've ever found public speaking difficult. I don't enjoy, being a part of the crowd per se, and also, I'm always worried that I actually don't have anything interesting to say, and that I'm just boring people, and they're just being polite. Like I genuinely have that circulating through my head every single time I'm at a public event or even the conversation that we're having now. So I probably just try to avoid that discomfort.
I wanted to also ask as well. You mentioned earlier about like Aboriginal community. Like I definitely agree. Where I think, unfortunately, like from the Muslim community's perspective, we haven't done as much with the people that are really struggling and the communities that are really struggling. We're sort of not to put blame either, in the sense of colonization. What's happened is, especially like the diasporic sort of Muslim community that came from it, like from my context, like because I'm Bangladeshi, like we're trying to make it within the system and provide a better sort of future for the family, etc. So I guess like it's a very kind of approach of making sure they take care of the their own family at all costs kind of thing. And I can definitely empathize, but yeah, like in the sense of in general assisting like communities that are really struggling, namely the Aboriginal community, we definitely haven't done as much, and it's something that we definitely need to work on and build bridges. And because like that's the end of the day, like I guess from Islamic perspective, and we see it countless times even within the Seerah, where Rasul Sallam assisted the basically like reached out to the poorest people and the people that struggle the most within those within the Meccan society, especially with the slaves and all that. So that's something, like I guess with the Aboriginal community, what they've had to endure, there's a lot of work left to be done there. And I had another question kind of because that's sort of on the ballpark of talking about communities that we should build bridges with. We talked about in the last podcast we did with you, where your debates with like Dr. James White. Would you say that there's also another approach from your end to like build bridges with the Christian community, especially within maybe Australia or globally? And would you say that's an approach that perhaps the Muslim community or yourself are aiming to do more of? Because I think you alluded to this very early on when we started the podcast. It's like, I think there was a news outlet that was Christian oriented, and they gave you a platform to speak compared to other ones. So just want to get your thoughts on that as well.
Well, look, I think that we should be reaching out to any communities that we have something to offer, but also that together, as I said, we can build that common life in the place that we are. When I say, I think that we should have been making a targeted effort toward Indigenous Australians. I wouldn't want any of the listeners to think that for me that's only about, let's call it, I don't know, like the active dawah where the objective is conversion or you failed. No, like, I mean, the objective for me, and this has always been the case. People have asked, an oft repeated question I get is, did I work really hard to want to win debates? And I said, no. I mean, winning is, in the case of a debate, is ultimately subjective unless you've got an appointed adjudicator who's going to arbitrate. But the objective is just to present Islam as it is. Not present Islam well. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. It's to present Islam as it is. And sure, if through that process people are going to embrace the deen, wonderful, but if that's not what happens, well then fine, but for me, the key foundation of dawah is just to be presenting Islam as it is. And if we look at in the past couple of weeks, and they've happened before, some of the wonderful things that other faith communities have been doing. So, the Sikh community in Melbourne are giving out free vegetarian meals for anyone. No questions asked. You don't need to prove that your financial circumstances are so dire that you need this. Come up and, grab a meal. I mean, that's better than what the government does. The government makes people show their healthcare card or pension card, to be able to get discounts. Oz Harvest, a fantastic community initiative, now well known, founded by Ronnie Khan, a Jewish Australian woman. Brilliant, taking food that would otherwise be wasted. One of the most disgraceful practices that we have in high resource countries, wasting food, preparing it well so then it can be distributed to the needy. And they've been very active in Sydney, these past few weeks with the lockdowns again. So the question that I would ask people who don't want to engage, with, in this case, the Sikh community, the Jewish community, or we've referred in the past to the Christian community as well, or any other community for that matter, is, well, why wouldn't we want to? And until we're doing better than them at representing what Islam is in these components, then we want to be engaging with them. I think it's just as simple as that. But have the things that I've done led to any of that engagement? I don't know. I mean, I hope so. I can't say that I've seen a lot of it manifest. But I think that one of the problems with a number of the things that I've done with some Christian groups is that on either side or both sides, not from my part, but often with the participants or the audience, there's been the objective of conversion, and for anyone who's attended more than one of my dialogues or debates, you'll know that I say in almost all of them, I don't expect that anything that I say is going to convert a Christian to Islam, and I don't expect that anything that whoever the Christian speaker happen to be on the day is going to convince a Muslim that Christianity is a better alternative. And I like to just get that out, at the start, so that hopefully then, the conversations that unfold will be that sort of stuff like, oh, you you live on Sydney Road, I live on Sydney Road. Oh, you know, like, you know, you need a hand mowing your lawn. Oh, like I need a hand, you know, like cleaning my car or whatever, you know, whatever these things may be, because, you know, I mean, they sound banal, but these sorts of engagements, and again, for me, are a core component of the Seerah, the Prophet ﷺ, like they are the sorts of engagements that are going to lead to us finding, and by us I mean Muslims in Australia, finding our place here in the community in which we're in. Again, you know, we know that, and I don't want to make it seem as though like I'm all for the soft stuff, but you know, we all know the story of the Prophet ﷺ when, you know, non-Muslim neighbor is constantly, you know, putting refuse in trash into his yard. At no point was he aggressive, belligerent, you know. He represented, and obviously, you know, he is the prophet. Part of his role as being sent by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to be the physical embodiment of the deen, but he represented Islam as it is, you know, and I think that if we could just do more of that stuff, especially, you know, with the day-to-day banal things, then we will end up getting, you know, to a much better place than we're in at the moment. Is it a foolproof method? No. You know, without a concrete objective in mind, you know, are you necessarily heading in that direction? Maybe not, but I think, I think that's the sort of stuff that really any of us can do. You know, no matter your resources, no matter your religious education, you can represent what you know well, and if that can then lead to, you know, we as a community engage, say, with Indigenous Australians or with, you know, the Jewish community in Australia, or, you know, the Sikh community, or whatever, you know, the faith group or non-faith group is, such that we're building bridges, well, great. I'd love to see more of it.
I know that you know, mentioning Christianity, I know that you don't fully agree with Dr. Ali Ataya, who
you had to bring it up.
Yeah, well, I really like him. You know, I have a lot of respect for him. I understand your criticism, and that was the position that I would say I hold as well. That there are some things in the New Testament that are simply so absurd and have never been confirmed, or there's no correlation whatsoever with contemporary Roman sources. Hence, it's difficult to imagine that those things took place. So I understand. But I do want to ask you a bit about, because I have been reading certain passages of the Bible, and I can see, you know, very clearly that we are dealing with the kind of figure that we're dealing with, you know, the prophet of the Jews. And obviously I'm reading it through the Muslim lens. However, I've kind of come to feel through, you know, reflecting on Christian and European history, obviously that's the tradition that my family came from, reading a bit more about Roman history and the way that they would incorporate individuals from, you know, their own polity, like Julius Caesar, and the legends of their culture and civilization into the kind of pantheon, as well as gods and figures from other cultures that they came into contact with, such as the Celtic gods, the Brythonic tradition as well. They would all kind of be deified and incorporated into the Roman tradition. So I don't know, I came to kind of see the corruption of Christianity as a continuation of the tradition of the Gentiles of Europe to deify anyone seen as significant. And I wonder what you thought of that. But also the kind of figure of Paul is someone that Muslim polemicists seem to focus on very heavily. Is he, as some Muslim speakers sort of describe, the main kind of corrupting influence on the creed of Christianity? There are kind of two questions there, but
yeah, look, two good ones. I kind of agree with you with the first contention. I mean, I'd say that the tradition extends beyond that, and it's the sort of, you know, the deification of major figures that, you know, I mean, we know occurred in Egypt. It occurred in Assyria. The Epic of Gilgamesh is the best example of that. It occurred in
South India,
Samaria and Babylon.
Today.
That's right. Yeah, and Islam talks about this, this phenomenon, this shift away from monotheism, divine unity, to the emphasis of natural forces or temporal beings as objects worthy of worship. So I think, look, I mean, for me, there is really there is something remarkable about, I guess, what I would call, the monotheistic personality. So if we talk about, the history of the Hebrews, and we obviously share a lot of this history in the Quran, and indeed, share the history with Prophet Abraham, alayhi salatu wasalam, the fact that the Hebrews, and also we know some groups among the Arabs, one which the Prophet ﷺ and likely his parents and his forebears were a part of, never gave up monotheism. So the Hebrews were taken to Egypt, they didn't give up monotheism. They were taken to Babylon, they didn't give up monotheism. They were taken to Persia, they didn't give up monotheism. And this is remarkable in the history of the ancient Near East and, certainly early Europe, because every other group did the complete opposite. As soon as you were conquered by someone else, their gods became part of your pantheon. Their idols were put in your either household shrine or local temple, whatever it was that you had access to. And their days of worship, then also became your days. The reluctance of the Hebrews to ever do this, and then and as I said, the small groups of Arabs that were the same, despite the polytheistic culture that was predominant in the Arabian Peninsula, it is a remarkable phenomenon in history that these groups stood out in the way that they did, because they certainly were unique. And I think that there is no idea for me that is both more natural and inherent, but also, paradoxically more radical than monotheism, because it forces you to accept that a human being in front of you, no matter what their color is, no matter what their culture is, no matter what language they speak, no matter their circumstances, that the origin of both of you is the same, that the opportunity for both of you is the same, that the obligation on both of you is the same. There is no way to give up responsibility to one another. There is no cop out or get out. I don't take my walk along the beach and see someone shipwrecked and say, oh, well, Poseidon did that, or Neptune did that, and, Venus is my favorite, so I don't need to help someone in this circumstance. That it is incredible, the necessary thoughts and actions that emanate from monotheism. And I think, that for me with, mainstream Christianity, that's the thing that, they're really missing out on. I think you can see that, a lot of people who are particularly religious or, like they have sincerity in their belief, you can see that they kind of pull toward it, like they gravitate toward it. And unfortunately with Christianity, obviously, the more religious you are, the more likely you are to be educated within the religion, and therefore the less likely you are to be willing to embrace pure monotheism, because you'll have all these, intellectual get out clauses for why the Trinity is actually monotheistic when it's not, by mere virtue of having a God that has a temporal hypostasis, it becomes necessarily not monotheism. But you can see them sort of gravitating toward these things, the equality of man, the importance of justice in the world, the right for individuals to worship, and the fact that worship only belongs to God. It's something that kind of makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up when I see it happening, and when it unfolds in a conversation. But yeah, I'm not really sure if that answered your question, because I've kind of started rambling. But I think the short story is, like I certainly see Christianity as, in terms of as it is today, and as it has been for the bulk of its history, as continuing this predominant polytheistic practice. I think as a result, it misses out on I'll call it, the radical conservatism of monotheism. It misses out on that natural state that we have access to. And that's one of the greatest tragedies, and why we say, alhamdulillah, nahnu muslimin. But in terms of Paul, look, it's a difficult question. I think the simple answer I'd give is, if the writings in the Christian scriptures that are attributed to him are fair representations of what he believed, well, it would be pretty hard to draw any conclusion other than he is the chief force for corruption of the message of monotheism that we believe that Jesus, alayhi salatu wasalam, presented. I can't see any way around that, and I don't know anyone who tries to argue that Paul is just some misunderstood genuine apostle of the of Jesus, alayhi salatu wasalam.
Well, I think Dr. Ali Ataya actually alluded to that. Whether he actually went straight out and said that, he perhaps did suggest that Paul was misunderstood. So there you go.
Well, and look, and he's in an interesting place, right? Because the whole sentence was going to be, I don't know anyone who argues that Paul was misunderstood, but that also argues that the letters attributed to him are true writings of his. But Ali obviously does, So he does, say that those are, certainly writings that were completed by Paul. I haven't heard, I must confess, I haven't heard him say that he thinks that Paul was perhaps misunderstood, but I guess it would fit in with his, sort of overall thesis, I guess, because, he obviously goes further than that and says that essentially the Christian scriptures are reliable as they are, and that, the tahrif is of the text in its understanding, not in its content.
That is an orthodox position, though, too, isn't it? There were.
Well, look, it's one of the options available. As we've discussed before, it's always been the minority position, despite what some Christian revisionists will attempt to argue. It's always been the minority position, and we've got evidence of that from the time of the Prophet ﷺ. That was most likely the view of the Prophet ﷺ, that that the text was corrupted in its content by the time of his mission. So for the reasons I've said before, in short, without boring the listeners that have heard before and making it drag on too long, I think that when the gospel accounts are talking about every grave in Jerusalem opening at the resurrection and people walking out and greeting their family members and all that sort of stuff, that clearly did not happen. When the gospel accounts talk about events taking place, in completely different geographical locations in, first century Judea, as if they happened, mere meters apart from one another. They were clearly not written by people who were there and know anything about the region. The best example is the story talking about Jesus casting the demons of the possessed person into pigs who, ran down the hill and drowned themselves in the sea. Well, the possession took place about 20 to 50 kilometers, depending on, your interpretation of a map from the sea. So, how did people watch these pigs run for 50 or 20 kilometers? And surely that in itself would have been something worth mentioning in the text. So look at, I think it is impossible for me to reasonably accept that A, the gospel accounts were written by people who were there. B, I think that especially the gospel according to John argues or presents a view of a deified Jesus. Like I think it's very hard to argue out of that. Yes, the classic line, there isn't the I am God, worship me. But Jesus is certainly presented as being supernatural. Now, whether we say supernatural in the sense as the prime creation, who is also given other powers by God, or whether we say in the Christian Trinitarian sense, one with God, or whatever, I think we can argue that, but you cannot argue that the gospel according to John presents a human prophet. I think that is impossible. And I think, Paul quite clearly represents a radical view of the message, which is focused entirely on the sacrifice of Jesus on the cross. So, yeah, for me, the Christian scriptures are almost completely incongruent with any understanding, that we would impose upon them, and therefore, yeah, they are not reliable, and I think that the historical evidence supports that. Does the Gospel of John that we have today reasonably reflect the Gospel of John as it was written 2,000 years ago? Well, yeah, probably. I mean, we know there's sections that were just added in, so we know the whole, the story of the stoning of the adulteress and Jesus pardoning her. We know that was added in only a few hundred years ago. So there are certainly sections that are new, but by and large, I would be happy to concede that it is reasonably representative of, how it would have looked circa 50, 100 CE. But, those four gospel accounts weren't the only gospel accounts. They were selected by early Christian groups because they represented a message that they wanted to present. There were literally dozens of different gospel accounts, a couple of which fit in far more with what we present. In fact, almost perfectly. I think there's no reason to believe that the Christian scriptures are meant to be representative of anything that Sayyidina Isa alayhi salatu wasalam would have presented himself 2,000 years ago.
I wanted to ask as well, I guess, sticking to topic of Christianity. I don't know if do you have to rush off or anything?
No, we can go on as long as you like.
Okay, Bismillah. Okay, keen. But because now my next question is, because you've been in the sort of debating circuit, mashallah. I wanted to get your thoughts on your interactions with Christians or potentially Jews as well, because from the Seerah perspective, we've seen it's a recurring theme. Like, for example, the Jews in Medina are already expecting a prophet. It's why would they be within the Arabian desert, waiting for why would they just be settling there? They've got better, they had a lot of wealth and money to be in other better locations around the world, but they chose here and settled here. I guess we can see that it's because they're waiting for a prophet, right? And we also see Waraqah bin Nawfal kind of early on in the sort of Meccan phase, Rasul sort of goes to him and he explains like about the situation, about him being like a prophet, etc. So that's from the Christian perspective. We've also seen from the Seerah perspective, Salman al-Farsi, make his journey all the way to find a prophet, and because of the pigeon's hair between the shoulder blades as like an evidence, and again it kind of alludes to potentially like I don't know if it's about the Christian text now, but then it kind of alludes to the point that potentially within the Christian text of that time there was a sort of prophecy of a prophet coming, and with all these signs which he also sort of articulated. One of them was, if I remember correctly, it was like he'll take gifts but not charity. So all these things are like, we see like a recurring theme, not just amongst like the Christians of that time, but also with the Jews. So my point is my question is sort of to ask you, how do, I guess, current Jews and Christians view Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when they come across or hear about it, and from your own sort of experiences as well? Because we know, looking at our sort of Islamic texts and analyzing the Seerah, we know it's like a continuation of the previous messages, etc. And I know, like, I've read many accounts of like those very stuff for like very bad and misrepresentations, or in the past within I think Christian societies in the West as well, specifically like writing very vile things about Rasulullah. It might not, like, I guess we see it in certain segments in this day and age, but I'm talking about, I guess, the wider kind of Christian community here. What have you seen the sort of sentiment, how they view Rasulullah? And also another side question as well, it's like, because we see as a recurring theme in the Seerah, where, as I just alluded to, there's like the Christians and Jews are waiting for a prophet. Like, is there also potential evidences? I know we sort of talked about the corruption of the text, etc., but is there potentially like moments or Bible verses that are alluding to potentially like the coming of a prophet as well, and potentially can that be, I don't know, used as evidence of sorts, or you just don't worry about that side of things as well? So no, there's a lot there, but it's just to get
that's okay. I'll see if I can answer it, but if I forget anything, just remind me. So like I think in terms of what's the standout thing that should have Christians especially looking for an upcoming prophet, well, it's that the story doesn't end with the Christian scriptures. So even though the book of Revelation ends by saying essentially it's an admonishment to anyone who's going to add or subtract from the Christian scriptures, the story itself doesn't end. The expectation is that there's going to be a second coming. The expectation is that it's an oft used portion of the Christian scriptures for us, talking about the paraclete or the comforter, to come. And obviously, looking at the Hebrew scriptures as well, the Old Testament, like there is never the expectation in the text that, in any of the texts, that prophethood is ending. And there is the expectation that there is more to be done, and therefore, more prophets to come. So I think the mere fact that the story hasn't ended should be, outside of individual text grabs, should be the food for thought for Christians and and possibly Jews. We have an interesting circumstance with Jews. So obviously, individuals may have their own point of view, but the Orthodox Jewish view with regard to Islam and the Prophet ﷺ has actually been, in the most part, and here I'm talking about the scholars, quite favourable. So the key scholar that I think of is Maimonides, the Rabbi Moses, son of Maimun, who he is a major figure in in Jewish theology, in Torah exegesis, and in the codification of Jewish law. He was born in Andalusia in Islamic Spain, and then with his family, because of the downfall of the Bani Umayyah and then the persecution of Jews and Christians that followed that, went to Morocco and then eventually made it to what is now modern-day Egypt, and was actually the court physician for Salahuddin al-Ayyubi. So, had a quite broad experience as a Jewish individual in, the Islamic, in the Islamic regions. And he wrote in his opinions of law that the Prophet ﷺ was certainly part of the... Now, bear in mind, he's a Jew, he believes in Judaism, and he, in fact, is one of the codifiers of, what are the key beliefs of Judaism. So he's not some soft Muslim. Yeah, he's a Jew. He lived a Jew, died a Jew. But he wrote that the Prophet ﷺ was part of the divine plan, that it was part of God's plan to bring monotheism to all the nations. He wrote that a Jew who lived in an area without a large enough community for communal prayer could use a mosque as a place of prayer. He wrote that we can eat each other's food and all that sort of stuff. And as I said, in terms of his day-to-day life, he was actually Salahuddin's doctor. And the community that most stringently follows his laws or his interpretation of the laws today are predominantly Yemeni Jews. And isn't it interesting that, you can see that, Yemeni Jews, in terms of their day-to-day practice, and this is, ignoring the persecution that they suffered, especially in the last 100 years, but in terms of their day-to-day practice, they integrated easily into Muslim society. So that's, kind of the orthodox opinion. Are there dissenters? Yeah, for sure. Is everything that Maimonides writes about the Prophet ﷺ complementary? I wouldn't say complimentary, but I think, there's certainly nothing derogatory. The view of Christianity was quite different. He said that Christianity is, the Hebrew term is avodah zarah, worship of idols, or polytheism. And he said that, a Jew cannot go into a church, and there's no affiliation between the two groups. Christianity, I'm not familiar with any significant Christian figures that have a complementary view toward the Prophet ﷺ, and I'm talking now about theologians. I don't mean prominent people who just happen to be religious Christians. I don't know of any figures that are complementary, and that's that doesn't mean that there aren't any, but I don't know of any. And I suspect that the key reason for that is that the Quran argues so clearly and simply against the deity of Christ. Like, it's pretty hard to find a positive slant on someone who basically completely obliterates your religion. Some modern heterodox Christian groups have a different approach. So, for example, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, often in the past been called Mormons, but they don't like to be called that themselves. They have very complementary views and, consider Prophet Muhammad ﷺ to be in this sort of, I guess, perennial pantheon of enlightened religious figures who were presenting a true message or, a version of a true message, whatever. But as I said, I mean, in terms of, orthodox theologians, I can't think of a single one that has anything complimentary to say about the Prophet ﷺ or Islam.
I have another question as well. Firstly, just touch on Maimonides. It's an interesting kind of point you mentioned about him. I have to verify this, but I remember reading somewhere apparently he sort of grew up around the madrasas as well within Islamic Spain. And
yeah, absolutely, that's correct.
Yeah, which is really interesting in and of itself. But at the same time, I found I don't know what your experiences have been within Jewish communities, but I found from my experiences that they sort of shun him because they try to paint him as he probably did I guess if you're a knowledge seeker, you take from all sources, right? But then some Jewish segments of their own communities would say that he was taking too much from Islam and borrowing a lot of ideas from Islam, etc.
Yeah, in terms of taking from Islam, I don't think that was sort of the core of the criticism. There, in the early period, a lot of European Jews, and so now we're talking 13th century, 14th century, would not publish his writings, and if they emerged in the community, they would destroy them and burn them. So there certainly has been episodes of reluctance toward Maimonides, but now in the modern period, I think he is universally accepted as an authoritative figure on theology, law, and custom. To the extent that groups like the Chabad Jews, it's a European Hasidic sect, who are very messianic and have some interesting beliefs. Even they will quote from him for exegesis and law and happily, not just because he's another person with an opinion. They will acknowledge him as a lead scholar and a key figure in the history. The interesting part of the story is, whether his parents converted to Islam for a period. And that's certainly a part of history that's debated both within, the Jewish historian group, but also, secular historians. Did his parents convert so that they could escape the persecution in Andalusia? Maybe. Lots of people did, just as lots of Muslims and Jews had fake conversions to Catholicism in Spain in 1492, and I'm sure it's happened in multiple places across human history. But yeah, as I said, I think that whilst there are people that might argue against particular points, the majority of the opposition was contemporary to him and within the first couple of centuries after his life. His seminal work on theology, Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, there is no doubt that it was heavily influenced by Islamic theology. And he mentions this himself, in the text. He makes arguments against, particular positions of the Ash'ariya and the Maturidi's. Likewise, his codification of the law, the Mishnah Torah, there's no doubt that it was heavily influenced by the way that the Malikiyya, the Ahnaf, and the Shafi'iyya structured usul fiqh. There's no doubt. But I mean, yeah, there were those early criticisms from European Jews, as I said, the Sephardi Jews, which was the community that he belonged to, and the Mizrahi and Arab Jews, I don't think were ever oppositional, and they would have been in the majority at that time anyway.
Sort of, I think you alluded to this, but I wanted to ask specifically as well. There was this sentiment that I've seen from some videos online, like from some segments of the Jewish community, where they actually accept. I don't know if what's his name, Ravia Singer or
Tovia Singer,
Singer, yeah, and maybe others as well that I've sort of come across, where they will kind of actually talk about Islam in a way where it's like, look, us Jews have our own, Sharia essentially, and the Muslims have their own. And so we are Jews and we follow our own way, but we also accept Muslim and Islam to be a valid way when it comes to worship of God, but it's only for the, I think, like, for the non-Jews. Like, Islam is only for the non-Jews, and for the Jews is the sort of Torah and following their own sort of ways. And they actually draw, it was really interesting. There's another guy, I forgot his name, follow him on Facebook as well. Like, he actually draws from Islamic, he tries to draw from Quranic sources, and it actually sounds legit when he kind of brings it. And I don't think it's like ill intent. I think it's genuinely like, he actually believes that, okay, Islam is like valid, but only for, sort of non-Jews, but not for like the Jews, because they already have their own sort of laws and customs. Like, have you come across that kind of?
Yeah, and look, it's interesting that it's becoming a bit more prominent now, because if I can be immodest for a bit, it was a discussion that I raised. It would have been back in 2004, maybe 2005, with he was then a youth rabbi in Sydney, Rabbi Eli Feldman. So in Orthodox Judaism, there's the concept of Jewish law, or law as it applies to the children of Israel, which was given to Moses, and then there's the idea that then all of the children of Israel, so the rest of humanity, are children of Noah, and that they are then subject to less laws, but I guess the synthesis of the Mosaic law, these fundamental laws, and there are 7 of them. And off the top of my head, the first one is not to worship an idol or worship idols. The second is to acknowledge God rightfully or gracefully, or not to curse God, to not murder, to not commit sexual immorality, to not steal, to not. The quote is eat flesh from a living animal. But basically what this means is to not commit animal cruelty in order to eat meat. And the idea is that, you are undertaking a slaughter that is, somewhat similar to, the kosher slaughter. And the final one is to establish just processes. And I said to Eli Feldman back when we were first having this conversation, like, what religion aside from Islam ticks these 7 boxes? And he smiled and he laughed. He said, well, none. And he said, and I acknowledge that Islam ticks them. So, like, as I said, I quoted Maimonides before, paraphrased Maimonides, he's 1,000 years ago nearly. So, like, the idea that it's from a Jewish perspective, that Islam fits very nicely with the way that, or a way that Jewish theology believes is a positive way for humanity to live, is not a new idea. It's not a controversial idea. It's well established, within the Jewish tradition. It's nice that it's starting to get a bit more traction now because I think it can hopefully be part of a bridge between our communities. A bridge that has never been more vast than it became in 1948. And that, with every episode that occurs, seems to be getting more vast. But when you think that, even they agree that we agree on sort of all these core things, wouldn't it be nice to be able to work on mutual interests as much as possible?
Yeah, thank you for all those insights as well. And just to add as well, I recall within, like, when rabbis talk about the perspective that you and I just articulated, they also mention that within the Jewish tradition, so they have their own internal logic that they adhere to. So like they'll say, like, from within our own tradition or within their own Jewish tradition, there's no concept of abrogation. So like, if there's like a new law coming along, and which Islam, claims to be, and we know, like, holistically, like through the Quran, for example, it's meant to be, for all people, all times, etc. So we have that kind of universal approach. If as such, we don't have like, I only preach to non-Jews or something. So, but however, from the Jewish perspective, they'll be like, but there's no concept of abrogation within our own scripture. So like, why should we, follow the Quran? And I think that's the whole idea of, the non-Jews can follow Islam and we stick to ours as well. So it becomes interesting to kind of navigate those sort of discussions as well. So it's like, yeah.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, my perspective is Islam is true and Islam is for everyone. But I also accept the reality that has existed since the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and indeed has existed since the time of the children of Adam, that not everyone is going to embrace Islam. So if we can find positive ways for engagement whilst acknowledging that reality, then wonderful. Let's do it. But at no point am I conceding that I think that any alternate view is equally valid or, relativistically valid. No, like, Islam is absolutely true, and that's my position.
As well, I wanted to ask specifically, like, when it comes to evidences of Rasulullah within like biblical scriptures, I think two sort of come to mind. I want to get your thoughts. Like, I used to be really into like whole Christian polemics, so I'm a bit rusty. It's been like a very long time. I remember one was like the children of Kedar was kind of used as there's like a verse in, I think, the Bible refers to that, and that was meant to be alluding to a prophet from that kind of lineage. And there was another one where it's like, I forgot who was the conversation between, but it was something like there was a person asking, I think it was like Prophet Elijah, if I recall. It was like, are you, I think, the Messiah? And then there was like another question after that, like, are you the prophet or something? So I think in that context, what I've seen, like, Muslims utilize like the point that it's like, why is the last question, are you the prophet? Is the prophet? It kind of applies to like a final kind of prophet in that sense. So it's like alluding to more of Islam. But I want to get your thoughts on those kind of evidence.
Oh, look, for me, I mean, I'll go back further than that, and I think that for me, the best argument, if we're going to rely on the text, is in Genesis, and it talks about when it's talking about the story of Sayyidina Abraham alayhi salatu wasalam. There are two quotes that stand out. So Genesis 12, God is talking to Abraham, and God says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who ever curse you, and all people on earth will be blessed through you. Now, I mean, what do we say in every single prayer? I'll I'll get you to say it for the non-Muslim listeners. Who do we bless in every single prayer that we make?
Like people of Abraham and Rasulullah, so like that
sort of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, I can't imagine who else this verse could be talking about, and so God will bless those who bless Abraham, and that all people on earth, or all nations, it says, will be blessed through you. Well, again, what other religion has a presence in every nation on earth, or in every ethnicity on earth? It's undoubtedly Islam. Further to that, Genesis, I think it's Genesis 15, says that Ishmael, God's talking again, and God will bless Ishmael, make him fruitful, he will multiply exceedingly, he will be the father of 12 princes, and he will be made into a great nation. Well, if the Muslims aren't that nation, then who is? So I mean, for me, we just we can skip the next 70.
How about the references to like Bakka in the biblical scriptures?
Yeah, that's part of the conversation. The idea of the Prophet being mentioned, by name in Song of Songs can be part of the conversation. The distinction between the Messianic figures in Isaiah can be part of the conversation. I mean, honestly, that there is a breadth of material, that people could employ if they really wanted to, and this is before we even get to the Christian scriptures. The other one that's often used is, that there will be a prophet like Moses, Deuteronomy, to come after him. We can use these texts, and you have to be cautious of the trap. The trap is, well, does that mean that you consider the text to be valid, right? And so that's why when I talk about these, I'll say, look, these are certainly texts that we can use to speculate on. I say that they're speculative because I don't believe the texts themselves are valid. But I think that where they work best, look, as I said, that those quotes from Genesis for me are the ones that I think as individual quotes stand out the best. But where I think all these things work best is actually cumulatively, because you can maintain the position that I maintain, which is the texts themselves are no longer representative of the original revelation, but let me rephrase that. They are no longer direct copies of the original revelation. However, they do have content which is still, representative of what was there previously. Cumulatively, we've got all these references to, the descendants of Ishmael being a great nation, all of the nations of the world being blessed through Abraham, all of these references to a prophet that's going to be like Moses coming after Moses, the way that these laws will exist, that this prophet will be proximal in time to another key figure who, will enter Jerusalem, likely Jesus, and so on. And then look at the Christian scripture ones. And as I said earlier, we say that, well, the key thing is that the story hasn't ended, that we're waiting for the final chapter. And I think, when you put that all together, you just say, in terms of the bulk, like it's got to at least be compelling. It's got to be food for thought. Not conclusive, sure, but it's got to be at least something for the individual responder to reflect upon. You got to ask yourself, in a predominantly illiterate Arab world, how did the Prophet Muhammad salam, if he's not a prophet, how did he manage to collect references to these texts, Hebrew scriptures, Christian scriptures written in completely different languages? It's questionable as to how many, if any, of the Hebrew and Christian scriptures had been translated into Arabic at that time. How did he collect references from all of these texts and then manage to insert them into a religion of his design, which has a simple, coherent message, which is represented in a much smaller text in terms of volume, and which, as I said, is consistent with itself. You can't even read the 4 gospel accounts and find them to be consistent within themselves. Letters of Paul are not consistent within themselves. There are differences in components of Exodus and Deuteronomy, as there are differences in between, Kings and Chronicles. We don't have any of that with our religion. For me, it's that sort of cumulative amount. Whether individual figures, accept the veracity of the Prophet ﷺ, it's kind of irrelevant. It's ad populum, appeal to authority. Whether a majority of people, acknowledge him or not is irrelevant. That's ad populum. Like, we don't need to rely on, these sorts of fallacies. And I'm happy, as I said, to say that at the end of everything that I present, that it's food for thought. It's not, beyond argument conclusive, but as I said, I think that cumulatively it becomes, pretty compelling. For me, it's kind of like the arguments for the existence of God. People have asked me before, what do I think is the argument for the existence of God? And sure, obviously, the Kalam argument has got to be up there. But I think the best argument is all of the prominent ones collectively. When we put the Kalam argument in with, the argument from morality, in with, the argument from, mathematical consistency, and, and so on, you get this collective picture that becomes, far more difficult, I think, to rationally resist. And it's the same with the Hebrew and Christian scriptures in terms of their, prediction of a prophet to come.
I also wanted to add on as well, in terms of there's so many instances in the Seerah where it's unquestioned. It's so clear. One springs to mind is when Rasul went to Tahrir, and he had a bad experience. So, however, I think a slave came up to him. It was a Christian slave. He was gave him some grapes, and Rasul asked him who are you? Where are you from? It's I'm Christian from, if I remember, it was the town of Nineveh or something to that effect. And Rasul kind of replied back saying, "Oh, that's I think land or town of Prophet Jonah." And he's how in the world do you know Prophet Jonah? It's he and I are prophets. And then that kind of knowledge was not accessible to Arabs, and it was unknown to Arabs. And it's how can someone have that kind of knowledge? And there's many other instances we can sort of draw upon. So it kind of adds to your point where it's we know I guess from our own sort of theology and our own sort of scriptures as well, and instances in the Seerah where it's so obvious, but in the sense of so much of the knowledge, you just alluded to, biblical scriptures that I guess Rasul had knowledge of weren't even translated to Arabic. So it's and he couldn't even read either. But beside that point, where it's how did he have access to all of it? Because people around him didn't have access to it. Where did he get it from? And so it's we know that it's from from Allah. So
but then present it coherently in the Quran. If we try and look at comparisons that we can make from recent efforts in history. So if we look at, Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon, like that is a clear fabrication. It uses the English of the King James Bible, despite that not being the English of the time. It is inherently contradictory, and it uses a relatively large volume of text to be able to collect the handful of esoteric references it uses from the Hebrew and Christian scriptures to try and justify, its idiosyncratic views, that being that, the Garden of Eden is actually in the continental United States, that, Jesus came to the continental United States, and the Native Americans are actually lost Hebrew tribes, and all this sort of other stuff. Now, that was done in the modern era, where you could get a printed copy of a Bible, where you could, go and then print the copies of the Book of Mormon. He could obviously read and write and so on. He was unable to accomplish what the Quran accomplishes in collecting a broad range of Hebrew Christian narratives and then presenting them in a coherent, non-contradictory, relatively small text. All the while, and we can go on and on, all the while, beautiful, unmatched Arabic poetry. All the while, setting the rules for what would become Arabic grammar from there. All the while instituting the rules of worship, the rules of transactions, the rules of marriage, and so on.
Just to add quickly, sorry, as well. Even the fact that he was offered everything, power, money, women, whatever, and he still turned it out, chose to live in sort of poverty. Even when he had accumulated so much war booty, he still gave it away to everyone but himself. And those are the reasons why a lot of the Qurayshi leaders ended up converting. They saw this kind of behavior, and it's this is not normal. We know what the leaders are like, and so much, it's crazy. And even prophecies lands of Kisra will be ours, and just be patient, so much. It's just I can't and that's the question I actually want to ask. It's because you have done debates with Dr. James White and all that. It's as a Muslim reading all this, it's so clear this is the truth, right? So many different things that you just articulate, the Quran talks about interaction with people, all these laws and what we follow, etc., and then all this other stuff connecting to the Seerah. But then someone like James White, it seems like a sincere guy, and then it's I don't know, and he doesn't accept it, he doesn't see it. I don't know, could you maybe share some light in your sort of interactions and impressions and why he's not Muslim yet?
Yeah, look, good question. And obviously, James has made more effort than most. He studied quite a bit of Arabic, I think, as well, to try and be able to engage with Muslims more. I'm sad to report that James and I haven't, I don't think we've exchanged emails now for over a year. I've been sending him a few emails sporadically to try and get a reply. I mean, whether he's using a new email address or what, I'm not sure, but he holds of the alternative views when it comes to COVID and vaccinations. And the last email that we exchanged, we were sort of talking about maybe doing an over Skype debate or dialogue. And I'd suggested, sincerely, perhaps we can talk about COVID stuff as well.
Inshallah. Let us host it.
yeah, we'll see. But anyway, I mean, and then no response from him since then. And as I said, I've sort of sporadically sent the odd email just saying, I hope things are going well. I know that from what he says, certainly he and his wife have suffered a lot as a result of the lockdowns in the US, and she lost a job and stuff. So we haven't chatted much recently is the short thing. But in terms of, why are people in the state that they are? Well, I mean, the simple answer is Hidayah, and it's not, it's not a a concept that we can ever expect to understand or fathom. I cannot comprehend how someone as outwardly sincere, and I believe that he's sincere from the interactions that I've had with him, like James, can continue to believe the stuff that he believes. And I think it's kind of funny, in sort of recent years, he'd also stopped, and by recent years I mean so the last 2 years, he also stopped regularly referring to a debate that he had with me now nearly 10 years ago, or it might have even been 10 years ago, I think. Can God become a man? Because there were increasing concerns, from within the Christian community that, their people were watching it and becoming confused, or sort of seeing the logic of our position, or the coherency of our position. So yeah, look, James, I can't explain. I think for other people, and that includes people who outwardly claim to be Muslim, I think that there are undoubtedly hypocrites. I mean, people that hold to certain positions because they get power. Like, I mean, I have absolutely no reason to believe that someone like Brian Houston even believes in God, let alone holds any sincere Christian belief whatsoever. So, there are plenty of people out there who are like that. They're not going to change their position because that's where they derive all of their influence and in some cases their wealth as well. James is certainly not one of those guys, but as I said, Hidayah is, to use Christian terminology, Hidayah is a mystery. And like what I would say to all the people that listen, and anyone that's been to some of my stuff would have heard me say something like this before, like, you will never get a greater benefit than go and learn Aqidah, learn the fundamentals of Islamic theology, like what we're supposed to believe, learn the fundamentals of practice, worship. And then once you're grounded in that, you have to do that first. Just take a look at how some other religions work. And, you will, if you're not brought to tears on one of those, quiet nights on your own, tears of gratitude, and tears of, gratefulness and almost guilt, guilt at why you've been chosen, then, I mean, you don't have a heart, you're not doing it properly. It's a pretty special thing to reflect on your having Hidayah and loads of other people around us that are outwardly doing incredible things not. If that doesn't make you want to feel, more motivated, like to really earn that, then, I mean, I don't know what in your life could.
I can definitely relate to that. Just even with me, it's funny. I was going to mention this when you're talking with Raf about conversion story, but like with me, because I kind of go into Deen like first year uni like hardcore anyway. Even though I've come from a kind of somewhat conservative Muslim family, we weren't necessarily hardcore into Deen. We were just kind of like, it's like a culture thing, sort of follow it, but stay away from the haram, do your basics, and that's about it. Which is still alhamdulillah pretty decent. But I'm talking about actually Iman sort of sense of actually being immersed within Deen. It was kind of first year uni, and even then I used to be very into I sort of alluded to I used to always binge on Ahmadiyya, Zakir Naik, etc. Had that kind of Christian phase, and then of understanding scriptures and biblical scriptures, kind of finding an Iman boost from doing that, but then also moving on to like Speaker's Corner, and then, connecting with teachers and sort of going a bit further with understanding of Deen. And you end up like, even to now, it's like, it's still a journey. Islam's so like, so much, there's so much within Islam. So it's like always a journey in of itself. But even for me, like, alhamdulillah, like even with yourself doing this conversation now and other people around the world through the podcast, it's like, sometimes I actually reflect, like, I wasn't like, it was, I couldn't fathom it like almost like 4 or 5 years ago, and to a point where like there were people like that I grew up with, like, this guy's never going to be, practicing. That's how they sort of viewed me. But then subhanAllah, how like Allah sort of puts you in certain positions. I never kind of take credit, because it's like, Allah sort of just put me in the right around the right people. Like, like for example, Uthman, we know well locally, some of the brothers as well that are, within the community and working hard, has happened to fall into circles, and, one thing leads to another. So it's like, I don't know, like there's no option but to be like sort of grateful as well in that sense. And, may Allah sort of accept it from us. And also like with the efforts that you do, as well with your debates and, the sort of talks that you did within university and how active you were, it's really left an impression. And we probably talked to you about this before we met you in person, but you were sort of the talk of the town, but we weren't actually around the time you were like really active. So it's like we missed out.
Yeah, you're making me feel
old.
It
was a good opportunity. Yeah, like, talk and unpack. So it's like an honor in that sense, alhamdulillah. So, couldn't be.
Look, I don't think you missed out on much.
So humble, mashallah.
No, just being honest. I there weren't many talks that I arrived to on time to start with. So people were often left waiting and then disappointed. If there's anything, I guess, that I regret about some of that stuff, it's perhaps I didn't really, reflect at the time on just how special an opportunity it was. I'd certainly encourage, anyone who's if you've got the passion and the drive, do that stuff. It's certainly not everyone's responsibility. And like Osman and I, funnily enough, so I don't know if you guys have heard this story before, if I've told you both, but Osman and I used to set up like a small table about the size of a desk at the front of Fisher Library, at Sydney Uni on Eastern Avenue. And that was where we spent, sort of most lunchtimes every day. Sometimes, if we didn't have that many lectures or whatever, we would basically be there for the whole day. We had like the box of pamphlets that I think all the MSAs were sort of given from, whoever was sending them out. I think we got a lot of stuff from the UMA at the time. People would come up and ask us questions, and, of course the majority of them were Christians, and, they'd want to have a go at getting us onto their side and all that sort of stuff. It's kind of funny that the two guys who were probably like in the group the most quiet, within the two that were doing this, and we then we'd both finished up the first lot of uni, I was then, I don't know if I'd started med or if I was getting close to starting med, and Osman had just started his PhD, and then at the same time we both kind of got asked to do talks at unis, and that would have been around about 2008-ish, I guess. So again, the two guys who were probably the most quiet in any other setting are the ones, who were doing the talks to, initially it was like, if it were 15 people, it was a big turnout, and, and then it was 20 and 50 and 100 and more. I think both of us were, constantly surprised that we were in the position that we were in. and I kind of thought that it would be sort of that 1 year, we'd both contribute to like one IAW, and then maybe, we'll be invited back in like a few years as like the older people, But for a few years there, it just sort of didn't end. Like we were both, going to multiple IAWs, and if it wasn't me doing some sort of Christian debate, it was this man doing something, with atheists, and I mean, as much as I thought a lot of that was a waste of time, but I'm sure he thought my Christian stuff was a bit of a waste of time as well. But as I said earlier, like incredibly humbling to be asked by people to come and talk, and constantly surprising. And any time that I was invited back to the same place again, just shocking. As I said, like shocking that anyone would think that anything that I have to say is particularly interesting, let alone they want to listen to it again.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, like mashallah, you guys definitely put the sort of laid the foundation, and we benefited a lot from that, and we just sort of springboard off that, and inshallah, may Allah sort of accept it from you, and also the efforts that you put in. I know we've had you for a while, but I had a few quick questions before we wrap up, inshallah. But in terms of, I guess, understanding other, like, I know your sort of expertise is with Christian, biblical scriptures and all that, and Christianity, but I also just wanted to get your viewpoints, because I haven't really, from the sort of talks I heard you do, or even the debates that you've done online, I haven't really heard you speak on this, but like, just to get your thoughts. I don't know if you really have an opinion on this, but how do you view like other religions as well? Like, for example, Buddhism and Hinduism from, I guess, the Islamic lens. Do you see them as essentially, for example, were they also, I don't know, preaching Tawheed? Was, I don't know, were there prophets in that time? But then, I don't know, the scriptures kind of got corrupted similarly to like Christianity, and we have the sort of polytheistic approach in those religions that we see today, or or you don't really see it from that kind of paradigm.
Oh, no, look, like, I mean, I think that for any religion whose major figures and texts predate, say, the 1st century CE, it would certainly be possible that they fit in that sort of mold, that the genuine prophetic figure, and texts that then, and traditions that become corrupted, and so on. I certainly in readings of Greek philosophy, for example, and Roman philosophy, like, I think it would not surprise me if figures like Aristotle, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, like, it would not surprise me if they were prophets, and if that ends up being revealed to us in the hereafter. I think that there's certainly room for speculating on that, but at the end of the day, unless there's a clear nas, that states it, that's all it is. It's speculation. We have to bear that in mind with the knowledge that God does give corrupt individuals a sufficient amount of knowledge that they can actually then be a guidance to others. Now, it sounds like a paradoxical belief, but Imam al-Haddad actually talks about it in the Book of Assistance. This idea that the scholar who doesn't practice can still be of a benefit to others, and and hypocrites can still be relaying truth, and so on. So that's another possibility, that they just happen to be people who were also seeded with some elements of truth, or some some good things that then, you know, the masses could derive from that, and also perhaps as, you know, sort of part of the divine plan, you know, for, you know, the revelation to reach certain nations in a particular time, but also for them to have some other structure in between time. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can certainly speculate on, but as I said, I do believe that when one has a solid foundation in Aqidah and a solid foundation in fiqh, that then they can look at, you know, some of the other belief systems, obviously with a critical lens, not because I believe that there's anything for us to gain from them. But there certainly are, I think, opportunities for reflection for some of the beauties and some of the nuances, you know, that we can often miss within our own tradition. Yeah, I think that if you go into it with that sort of mindset, either, look, you know, what we're reading or what we're looking at is at best corrupt, or is possibly just, you know, happens to be coincidentally seeded with some good stuff, well, then you certainly can't go wrong. And you may, as I said, you know, find an opportunity to uncover aspects of Islam that are already there. You know, like, you're not adding to Islam, but you get to uncover something within Islam that you happen to miss before. And, you know, I mean, you'll also then be able to converse with the people that follow these traditions in a language that they understand.
I'd also, another question, it's a bit not sort of related to what we were just talking about now, but just out of curiosity, in terms of like William Lane Craig, sort of his approach when it comes to, we know like he's got really good arguments for, you know, how he deals with atheists.
Well, I mean, he's got our arguments, but yeah.
Our arguments for us.
Yeah.
But, and because I've seen videos of him articulate like the Islamic position of why he doesn't agree with, from memory, it was to the effect of Islam's perception of God, that he believes like Christianity has to exhibit an unconditional love. God has to exhibit unconditional love, and he sort of tries to critique Islam through that kind of point. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Look, I mean, I think it's Bill Craig is, you know, he is probably one of the best examples of what Imam al-Haddad was talking about, in terms of, you know, an individual who isn't a believer or isn't practicing can actually be of benefit to the people, because he almost single-handedly has reinvigorated the Kalam argument for the existence of God. And I am happy to say, you know, that I've got his book, you know, among my collection on the Kalam cosmological argument. He released some children's books. Must have been at least 6 years ago. Like, I'm not even sure my daughter was born when they were released, but that actually talk about concepts of God for children, and like, you know, they're pitched at sort of like 4-year-old to 8-year-old, you know, kind of reading level. And I bought a few of those, you know, for the kids. And they, for me, are actually the best example of then where his failing is. So I can't remember the titles of all of these children's books, but it's like, you know, one is essentially they all present a single attribute of God. So, you know, one is God is all powerful. One was God is all knowing. You know, God is omnipresent, and, you know, like these sorts of attributes. And the ones that cover, you know, those 7 attributes that are affirmed in our Aqidah, they're so clear, so simple, you know, and you know, obviously read them to my kids, and my kids got them. I got, for the interest of reading it myself, one of the books he's got is a Trinity, and it was unlike the others, nowhere near as coherent. The examples were, meaningless, I thought. And the best test was with my son, who, when I read it to him, and this is years even after he'd had the first ones read to him and he'd read them, he said, "Oh, I don't understand it." And I think that's the best summary of Bill Craig's failings. Like when he's talking about the existence of God, or like when he's using our arguments, fantastic. I mean, I honestly think that even though there's a lot of atheists that really speak about him in a derogatory manner and really try and belittle the work that he does, it's excellent work from my perspective. But whenever he tries to talk about the Trinity or, the fundamentals of Christian belief that are idiosyncratic and we have no correlate, the arguments for me become remarkably poor. So I remember, on the debate dialogue circle a few years ago, and when I say a few years ago, like it was probably 10 years ago, he was getting slammed from multiple Christian apologists, James White included, for likening the Trinity to the mythical dog Cerberus. And for those of you that don't know, in Greek mythology, I'm not sure if there's a correlate in Roman mythology, but Cerberus was a three-headed dog who was the guardian of Hades. And, he sort of went into this analogy and he's like, like the Son is a head and, the Holy Spirit is a head and the Father's a head, but it's all one dog and, and all this sort of stuff. And people just were, I think, appropriately gobsmacked, by that. And I think the reason why he was copying so much criticism in the Christian community was, again, like they all intuitively just, can absorb, understand, assimilate, and then repeat the arguments for the existence of God, God being all-powerful, God existing, God being omniscient, omnipresent, and so on. But then when it talks about these key Christian beliefs, like you can't take the logic there. And so I think that when he then argues against us and he says, the Islam can't be true because God has to be all loving or, unconditionally loving. Well, I mean, what does that even mean? Like he's got to actually define what he means by all loving. And I can guarantee that any definition that he comes to will be contradicted by either the Hebrew scriptures or the Christian scriptures or both. I remember in a debate that I did at Sydney Uni, I can't remember who it was against, like it was some EU person. They brought up sort of a similar argument like this, like clearly they'd been listening to Bill Craig a lot and thought that this was the best argument to pursue. And I replied with, so did Jesus love all the people in the temple that he was whipping? And so now that I say that out loud, I think, gee, that's kind of like a double entendre in, modern society. But anyway, I mean, we didn't think about it at the time. The best reply that this EU representative had, who was, I think, a priest from down the road at St. Barnabas's, said, well, he loved them enough to want them to do the right thing, or something like that, And so, if you're gonna jump out of the logical, coherent paradigm to then present these nebulous statements, you will invariably end up with some sort of nebulous conclusion, like all loving. What does that even mean? And as I said, I can guarantee that any definition he would come up with using either pure philosophy or relying on a couple of texts from his own tradition would be contradicted by those texts as well. So yeah, I don't find the arguments that he presents for Christianity specifically remotely compelling. Like his arguments about God, but he got them from us.
How would you sort of, I guess, for the community, Muslim community, or even the Christian community, how would you sort of articulate the whole point about God's love and sort of address the way William Lane Craig depicts the sort of Muslim tradition? Like how would you go about explaining it to the wider community in terms of our position on it?
Well, look, I think that using the term love, it's very, anthropomorphizing. Now, someone may say, well, hang on, like, why isn't mercy anthropomorphizing? And, and why isn't, other, attributes that we ascribe to God anthropomorphizing? Well, because these other attributes are concrete, or these other, mercy is not an emotion, it's an action. Knowledge is not an emotion; it's a state of awareness. Like they are concrete concepts, and even when we do them, like we never say that God is all knowing in the sense that, say, for example, I or we know about anything. My knowledge has come from learning. I was born in a state of ignorance, and anything that I know now, I've actively learned. And, it's imperfect and it's based upon my memory and so on. His is not like that. He wasn't ignorant and then became learned and so on. And that's the case for every attribute that has that could possibly be conceived as being anthropomorphizing. Love is a different thing, love is an emotion, and whilst the Quran and and then also the Hebrew scriptures talk about ascribing emotions to God, like God does not love this group, or in the case of the Hebrew scriptures, your God is an angry God, or your God is a vengeful God, and and this sort of stuff. For me, those non-concrete concepts quite clearly fit into the mutashabiha, like the metaphorical. It's purely meant to illustrate a point. It's not meant to. It's purely meant to convey like a meaning in a language that we can understand. It's not meant to establish a concrete point about God in the same way that Allah is alive, or Allah is one, or Allah is all-knowing is meant to establish a concrete point about God. So, that's kind of the first thing that I'd say. And I'd also invite them to give me a definition of what love is. Because again, one of these Christian arguments that I've never really gotten my head around is the idea that God has to be a triune God. Why it has to be three isn't quite clear in their argument, but God has to be a triune God because it means that he could express love within himself, within the three persons of the Trinity prior to a creation. Well, again, that's just, it is just nonsensical, that God has to express an emotion in order to demonstrate anything about his capability or his awareness or whatnot, and funny, we argue almost the complete opposite point. Imam al-Ghazali, in a very simple point, God is the creator, whether he created or not, because nothing else has that capability. Nothing else, can or will do it. It is within his capacity, so therefore he does. It's not like me becoming a father. I need to, have a child or adopt a child or whatever, to become a father in some, linguistic sense that is meaningful. Every attribute that he's got exists independently of the creation. And I don't think, they realize how much they're anthropomorphizing God when they talk about concepts like this. Like, as I said, to say that he needs to have multiple persons within the Godhead in order to be able to love. Well, like that's like, it would be akin to us saying, well, he needs to create something in order to actively be the creator. It's belittling him. So yeah, I mean, they're the two things that I'd say. I'd say, well, first of all, define this abstract concept that the most brilliant minds in philosophy have been unable to do since, recorded history. And then once you've defined that concept, then explain to me why it must be ascribed to God in the way that omniscience, omnipresence, existence, etc., must be ascribed to him. And I can't imagine any answer to those questions that I would find impressive. I mean, I'd be happy to listen to what people say, but I can't envisage anything special coming out of it. What would you say? Like, if I said to you, love is an abstract concept, I don't think that you can define it, and I want to hear what your definition is and why God has to express this attribute, what would you say?
Are you saying like from the Islamic perspective?
No, well, I mean, you can use an Islamic perspective, you can use any perspective. Like, how would you define it, and why does God have to express it?
Yeah, that's pretty much like, I'll just go down the route of, we know, like, I think from like basically from scriptures, we just have to follow God and worship him, how he wants us to worship him, and follow those kind of rules. Like, why does it matter that, like, we know from I guess people can kind of allude to like the free will argument, problem of evil argument, but for the most part, we are alive. It's not like we're in hellfire right now or something to that effect. So it's like, okay, like we have I guess the argument for God's existence, I'll just kind of make a quick point, is I just kind of allude to the kind of fitra argument. So it's like, we have to worship him, like, as it deems fit. And so it's kind of like going down that path of like making sure we worship him, and it's not like he owes us, because he's in his majesty and the way he's created the world and everything. It's like, it's not like God owes us anything, if that makes sense. It's like, we are it's a master slave sort of relationship. So it's like we will try to worship God as much as we can through the means that we can. And yeah, like, that's, I guess I'd kind of allude to that point, just more the master and slave relationship in that sense as well. I don't know if that's like the most effective manner, but it's just kind of what's essentially come to mind.
Oh, look, it's not far, I think, from what I would do. And as I said, like, for me, that phrase, God is love, or God is all loving, I don't even know what it means. Like, it's, as I said, for me, love is a human emotion. It would be no different to saying God is weak, or God is ignorant, or whatever, like any other state of being human. And I think that it's inconsistent with core beliefs that they hold anyway. So they could say, well, the reason why they're suffering in the world is because, this world is imperfect and blah, 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 which they believe. I mean, we obviously don't believe that it's perfect either. But, I'd say to them, so, do you believe that God is all good? And, say, yes. And I'd say, okay, so tell me about childhood cancer. Is that all good? And, invariably they'll end up backed into a corner where they have to accept that some of these concepts that we have human definitions for are insufficient to encompass what we actually believe about God. And, we were talking about Maimonides before. One of the things that he argues in the Guide for the Perplexed that is obviously not the way that Muslims have gone about it, but but perhaps some who were influenced by the Maturides did, for a brief period of time, go down this way, is a theological method called the via negativa, the negative road. And Maimonides' assertion was that we can only ever assert about God factually what he isn't. We can never assert what he actually is. So, for example, we can never say God is all-knowing, because people take it, and it be meaningful, because people take a definition that is too anthropomorphic. What we have to say is God is not ignorant, and so on. And I think that, we haven't gone down that extreme road, although, some within even the modern Muslim community get very finicky about word usage and all that sort of stuff, like people needing to retake their shahada when they say something's a miracle or whatever. But you probably know who I'm referring to. But I think that part of that sort of can ring true for us, in the sense that we can say, listen, like, if you want to assert something like God is love or God is all loving, like, you've really got to define this. And if you can't define it, well, then you've got to show me where God has informed you that this is the case. And as I said, invariably they'll end up with just nothing compelling.
Yeah, even with the whole idea of unconditional love, and I think you sort of mentioned weak, like, even from that perspective of that concept, it always seemed like, I don't know, I guess it's a really good point you brought up with the whole anthropomorphizing, because, like, when I think of unconditional love, I think of, it could be like, I don't know, a guy and a girl like each other. Some guy's like absolutely in love with this girl, like unconditional love, does everything, this and that. But it seems like the person who's on the receiving end is like, almost on a pedestal, if anything, in that kind of relationship, right? So it's like, why would you put, a suck for, like, God isn't in that kind of, you can't subject God to that kind of relationship, right? It's almost putting, like, humans on a pedestal. I think so.
Absolutely. And you find that with a lot of their analogies, for a lot of their core beliefs, this is what they're doing. Like, everything is an anthropomorphic explanation. So, like, when for example, they'll talk about the sacrifice, and they say, well, can a judge just forgive a murderer? Is that okay? Can a judge do that? Of course, no one would accept that. There has to be a penalty, blah, blah, blah. And they say, so there has to be a penalty for sin. I say, yeah, but, God is not a human judge who is responsible to a community, has a set of, laws that, is compelled to follow, and so on. Like, God is in control of everything. And if he wants to forgive something, he can. If he wants to punish something, he can. Like, he's not bound by any of these temporal or physical rules that we are bound by. And every single time I've said that to a Christian, except for one who had heard me repeat this several times in different locations, I see the eyes roll, like as if, like it's not computing, and the not eye roll as in, they're bored or whatever. Like, the eyes are trying to process, what's being presented to them, and it is quite astounding once you've seen it, so many times, that this inability to acknowledge what and how deep the anthropomorphism of their belief is.
Even with the unconditional love, like, how they explain, like, hellfire, then, like, people going to hellfire.
Oh, yeah, and again, I've never heard a good argument about it, and in some of my weaker smart alecky moments, I've said, so is he going to be loving me when he's, like, burning me to a crisp, and then say, oh well, like, part of love is justice and blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. Is created a creation of which the majority will never accept Christianity, and the majority have not accepted Christianity. Your belief is we have to accept this sacrifice in order to be successful in the next life. Otherwise, we're going to be we're going to be punished. But he loves us unconditionally. They've got no room like we have for speculation about what happens to people who don't receive the revelation, or what happens to people who don't receive the revelation sincerely, or what happens to people who say still, sincere Christians and Jews, but do they have any place in the hereafter? Like they've got no room for any of that, like we do. As I said, a lot of their arguments for me become self-defeating. Like when you've got probably not their best philosopher of religion. Like I think Alvin Plantinga is the best Christian philosopher, but when you've got the best the best public presenter in philosophy of their religion in Bill Craig, unable to coherently explain the Trinity, that there are inherent problems with what it is that they believe. SubhanAllah, can we ever accept the notion that God would hold us to a message that none of us can understand, that none of us can relay in a way that is meaningful, relatable, comprehensible? It does not fit with my expectation at all. Now, God is obviously not bound by my expectation, but we know of him, as Abu Bakr says, radiallahu anhu, we know of him what he has revealed of himself. And we would have known nothing had he not revealed what he's revealed. And what he's revealed of himself in the natural world, in the creation, as well as in the revelation, is quite clearly coherent. It is not, incoherent fairy tales.
Yeah. SubhanAllah, it's just amazing how the Islamic tradition sort of articulates these points in comparison to other religions. Like it's just SubhanAllah, it's Iman booster in of itself, for sure. I know we've been on for like a really long time. I know you're being modest. It's like I did want to ask you, because we're on theology now. I wanted to ask like one or two questions, but like it's totally fine if it's like.
Nah, go for it.
You're sure? Okay.
Yeah.
Like feel free. If it's like too late and stuff, just tell me like. No.
You're right. You get what's useful for you, and just cut me off if I'm going on for too long.
But to be fair, I think you this is probably like the longest episode so far, because we already did like 20 minutes first recording. So congrats. I think you'll probably be the longest podcast, mashallah, because I think we've touched on really varying topics. Is really interesting, and considering we're on the topic of theology, and I remember what I wanted to ask you, because I remember in our last episode towards the end, you talked about, because since we're talking about anthropomorphism right now, you had very strong views against like Salafis. I wanted to like unpack that a bit more. I think from what I gather, you definitely adhere to either Asharism or Maturidism, to some on that sort of spectrum. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, what's your sort of view? Like, because I guess Islamically speaking, we have different kind of schools of thought in that regard. Like each school has a varying sort of viewpoint when it comes to, for example, conversations around, predestination, free will, how like, I guess explaining it, not so much like, I guess we know like what it is and all that, but kind of explaining it through language and philosophy, etc. Different schools have different approaches to things, or even does God, I think from what I recall, like even the concept of God having a reason, like the Asharis are more like reason is a human sort of construct, so we don't kind of attribute that to God, because that's like a kind of a anthropomorphizing kind of situation. Like all these kind of conversations, we know each schools have like varying kind of discussions and viewpoints. That's why they're like sort of formulated. But yeah, like what's your sort of because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you did you in the last episode, was it like you deemed Salafis to be not in, I don't know, like, I don't know.
Yeah. So the word that I would have used, and I still do use, is the Mujassimin, or the anthropomorphists. Yeah. And I do think that they are, without without qualification. I think that we, and by we I mean Orthodox Islam, have made concessions to the Athariya, the literalists. Basically, since the time of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, rahimahullah, and that those concessions have led to an acceptance of a way of viewing God and the religion that really have no place in the origin of Islam. So I mean, if we consider, and now we can get as controversial as we like, I guess, but if we consider a figure like Ibn Taymiyyah, who sure will have multiple modern day scholars clearly from within the spectrum of orthodoxy, and I define orthodoxy as Ash'ari or Maturidi, and following then one of the four schools of fiqh. There'll be multiple scholars who will say quote him or refer to him. I don't take the extreme view of, say, groups like the Ahbash when it comes to Ibn Taymiyyah. But when it comes to his writings on Aqidah, it's quite clear from the Orthodox perspective, like that he presented a view of theology which was inconsistent with with Orthodox Islam. Now, as I said, I won't go to the extreme of the Ahbash, but that was likely all done politely in the past, as politely as it could be done. I mean, we also know that he was jailed for years and all that sort of stuff, but likely was done as politely as it could possibly be done to deal with the violence, that was incited as a result of some of his teachings. And I think, one of the problems with literalism, aside from the fact that it's not Islamic, the Quran itself talks about the ayat which are literal and the ayat which are metaphorical. So literalism is not actually an orthodox Islamic position, but the problem with it, aside from that, is that it seems to invariably lead to extremism and violence. The Khawarij were the first literalists, the first unwilling to compromise. The modern day Mujassimin are all eager to punish, eager to hold people to black and white expected standards, and unwilling to consider any review of the nas, of the texts, which is not absolutely black and white literal. How is it possible that all of the Islamic empires or nations that governed Syria, or the land that is now Syria, so we're talking about like Sayyidina Umar radiallahu an, starting then. So the Khulafa al-Rashidin, the Bani Umayyah, the Bani Abbas, the Ottomans, I'm sure that there were other, intermittent groups, maybe the Fatimids, governed it for a while as well. How is it that we went through 1,400 years of Islamic rule in Syria and Iraq without destroying the Babylonian, Sumerian, and Christian sites there? So, like, every single Muslim that was ever in charge in those regions got it wrong for 1,400 years, including Sayyidina Umar, radiallahu anhu. Why is it that it's only these extremists that are so great at killing people that need to destroy these sites as well? Well, it's simple. It's because they're literalists and the foundation of their belief has no place in Islam. The Orthodox approach, especially in the last 30 years, has been of tolerance of the Mujassimin, or whether we want to call them Wahhabis or Salafis or whatever. I'll just call them Mujassimin because certainly since Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, at the very least, that's exactly what they are. Our policy of quiet and polite tolerance has failed us abysmally, because it's meant that we're the ones that have to explain why they're committing these atrocities. It's led young people in our community to believe that their view is an accepted view when, as I said, in any orthodox definition, it is not. And it's resulted in the English-speaking world being saturated with their translated material. I'm pretty, I guess, blunt against them, and happy to be so. I've noticed increasingly Sheikh Hamza Yusuf is being far more critical than he was in the past publicly. But certainly Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad has, for me, has always been quite publicly critical and has always emphasized the historical reality when it comes to the Mujassimin.
I guess the counterpoint, because you kind of articulated, I think, not just like the theological perspective, but the historicity to that, and the sort of flow-on effects. And I guess the counterpoint, and I'd like to hear your thoughts as well, is the fact that, especially with Ash'ari theology or Maturidi theology, the sort of the fact that they perhaps may draw upon philosophical concepts or ideas where it can be like articulated through so for example we have people draw upon Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari being a former Mu'tazila, and because of that Mu'tazila also drew from philosophical ideas and concepts, and because you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like I've even read about this where he actually had dreams of Rasulullah sallallahu I think it was multiple times, and in those dreams he was told to like look for dalil basically from the Quran when it comes to these sort of discussions about theology, and he said like I haven't found them, but then eventually found them, and I think then the school sort of started and all that kind of thing. But I think the counterpoint will just be like, look, we want to stick to the text, because like even in instances in the Seerah, for example, I think there was someone that asked I think a lady like where's Allah, and she pointed up to the sky, and it's kind of like that simplicity when it comes to theology within Islam, or even you can I think there was even one point where someone asked like what happened, who came before Allah, or something to that effect, or what happened before creation. And I think Rasulullah, like I might be totally butchering this because I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something to the effect of like don't ask such questions or something like that. And so like I think the point is more so like the Athari Creed is sort of drawing upon, and maybe perhaps it was the project of Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, within his time, was like the simplicity of theology when it comes to sticking just to the text has been lost, because perhaps like with Ash'ari sort of thought, it was drawing upon the Kalam cosmological argument to make its points or anything to that effect. So it's like that would be kind of the counterpoint. I'd like to hear your sort of thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, so I think like the first thing is there's no one who is a student or a scholar of the Kalam that would argue that this is an introduced thing. It's that's a Wahhabi, and prior to that, Athari, like Ibn Taymiyyah, fabrication. The foundational principles of Aqidah for the Ash'ariyya and the Maturidiyya are as they are present in the Quran. Anyone who has read any fundamental text of Orthodox Aqidah will know that for every discussion or for every point that is affirmed about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it starts with the evidence from the text. And then, if there's then in intermediate texts and so on, it'll still emphasize the evidence from the Nas to begin with, and then go on to elaborate on the rational proofs. The rational proofs always come secondary to the Nas. And the fundamental tradition that asserts that is actually one from Imam Ali radiallahu anhu, where he said that if Islam were purely based on reason or had a foundation that was exclusively reason, then when we wipe the khuffain before prayer, we would wipe the bottom, not the top, because obviously it's the bottom that's touching the ground, so none of us, student or scholar of the Kalam would argue that it's an introduced thing, or it was an additionally required thing. Like we say, no, it's based in the text, and is based in the prophetic tradition. The second thing is to say that we just rely upon the text is completely disingenuous, because as I said, we've got when it comes to the Quran, we've got ayat that are literal and ayat that are metaphorical. The Quran says this itself. When it comes to ahadith, we often need to be able to apply context and so on. So no one is ever relying just on the literal text. That's the point. Like there's always a context or a tafsir or an additional set of rules for interpretation that are relied upon. The third thing is, I would take these two arguments that the Kalam has introduced, and that we just want to take it back to the simplicity of the text, as genuine, if they then weren't so militant in their assertion of their idiosyncratic beliefs. So, I mean, there's a great lecture series by a prominent Mujassim Sheikh from Sydney. I think he's in Lebanon now, that I watch whenever I want to have a laugh, where he's giving an Aqidah course, and he talks about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having fingers, and he runs his finger along his fingers, and he talks about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having a shin and having two right hands, and all this sort of stuff. And I'm sure you've heard it yourself. Like the way that they affirm that's not just the simple understanding of the text and saying, oh well, this is the situation, and we don't know the specifics or the how, or whatever verbal acrobatics they're using to justify it. Like they are forcing people to believe a particular physical reality. So as I said, first of all, the kalam is not something that was introduced. It is already inherent in the text and has just been codified in the same way that Shafi'i's Risala codifies the Usul Fiqh, the same way that Imams Bukhari and Muslim set out a hadith into particular books. It's just a codification, not an addition. Secondly, to rely just on the text is disingenuous. It's not the way that it works. And thirdly, they're not just doing the simple meaning. They're taking the literal meaning and enforcing that upon people. And that's a very different thing to just taking the simple meaning and not delving into it. I'm quite happy, and this is certainly part of orthodoxy, for people who don't need to study Aqidah beyond Farad Ain to leave it at that. And if that for them is, the Quran talks about, God having hands, and his hands have done this, and we then don't talk about physical nature and all that sort of stuff. They just take that meaning and don't delve into it. Fine. That's fine. That is the simple meaning of the text. But forcing a literal understanding, that's not the simple meaning of the text. Do you understand the distinction there? Or
yeah, I definitely do. Also wanted to sorry, did you finish your point or?
No, they're finished. Yep.
Okay, yeah, because the other, like, sort of random question, a bit blunt, but it seems like, would you say in general you sort of adhere to more the sort of, because you mentioned Sheikh Abdullah Kunde and Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, like, would you say you adhere more to like the Sufi tradition when it comes to?
No, I don't think so. I'm like, if there's a particular group that has certainly really influenced my thought, it would be the Ba Alawiyah, Habib Omar, and his family, the most prominent scholar of which is Imam al-Haddad. We've referred to Imam al-Haddad earlier in conversation. So his beautifully simple but wonderfully rich texts I just find incredible. And I find the principles of dawah of the Ba Alawiyah to be, again, simple but rich. And it is that sort of principle of, dawah is presenting Islam as it is. In terms of, stuff like, going to gatherings and all that, no. I mean, never for me. And in fact, a number of my friends who are more of that side of things, they say that I'm overly rational, and that's why then, if there's a particular tradition or box of orthodoxy that I would like to put myself into, it's in the Hanafi rationalists. So, you probably know the vast majority of the Ahnaf in the past were Maturidis, and I certainly, consider myself to be in that side of the spectrum. And there were a group amongst those Ahnaf who, I guess, were more rational than spiritual, for lack of a better term. And that's certainly me. My attachment to religion and those episodes of overwhelming iman come through, periods of, they're catalyzed for me by rational thought, not by, chanting and, doing particular old odd and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like even like two-part question, like could you maybe explain what the Ba'alawiyya is, and also kind of touching on, I guess, the topic of spirituality. I think through, like, that's why for me, like, a lot of Ghazali's works, for example, really resonate with me, because it's like, I think especially when he forsakes sort of teaching at a university institution because he was trying to find truth. For me, I really resonate with that, like in the sense that, we can get into like a lot of like rational arguments and all that, but there's something else about this kind of the spiritual aspect and the spiritual side within Islam, or even like could be like within Sufism as well. That I don't know, that it's really sometimes hard to kind of articulate through words, but then that's when you can kind of taste that sort of sweetness as well.
Look, absolutely, and I think whatever path it is that people follow within Orthodox Islam, to be able to have that experience, fantastic. As long as it's Orthodox, I'm happy for them to do it. You would probably be very interested in the Ba'alawiyya. I don't know how much you know about them, but they themselves are essentially a family of direct descendants of the Prophet ﷺ, who settled in Yemen. I think it was around about the 4th century of the Hijrah, and remain there now. And that's why Habib Amar and the other Habib and their family are still in Yemen now. They still today have 2 prominent schools, Dar al-Mustafa for males, and I can't remember the name of the female school. I want to say Dar Aisha, but it sounds too obvious that that's also what the school here in Sydney is called. They have within them a Sufi tariqah, and they have particular old odd that they encourage. But what makes them interesting as a Sufi tariqah is, aside from the fact that there is a continual line of descendants of the Prophet ﷺ who have always been at the helm of the group, is that they do very little of the sitting in circles, chanting and that sort of stuff, and they actually focus quite heavily on practical dawah. They're very Shafi'i with their fiqh, they're very Ash'ari with their aqidah, and Imam al-Ghazali and the Ulum ad-Din is one of the foundations of understanding the religion and implementing practice and implementing dawah that they employ as part of their teaching. So Imam al-Haddad, who, as I said, wrote a large number of works and has the quite incredible story of being blind. I believe it was from early childhood. I don't think he was born blind, but certainly blind from early childhood. Still became a hafiz, still wrote these texts. I mean, obviously he wasn't writing them with his own hand, but dictating them. And one of his more popular texts, called the Book of Assistance, is really a simplified summary of al-Ghazali's works. So, I think they're a group that everyone would benefit from knowing a little bit more about. As I said, I have found nothing but benefit from the brief association that I've had with the group, and major members of the group that are here in Australia. I had the benefit of meeting Habib Omar when he came out to Australia, or one trip that he had to Australia, because, an interesting part of the group, because they focus so heavily on dawah, is that they like to engage with converts, so it was a wonderful experience, and as I said, I'd encourage everyone to read the books of Imam al-Haddad, and if you get the opportunity to learn them, to have the texts also explained to you from someone who has actually learnt from people that have been taught the text as well, then even better.
Thank you for sharing all that. That was really insightful, mashallah. And I guess, I think I've exhausted a lot of the questions that I wanted to ask you, but did you have any sort of final thoughts you wanted to share, or anything that, you wanted to touch on before we wrap up? Anything to that effect?
Aside from the fact that this will be an incredibly boring 4.5 hours for whoever manages to get through it. I hope that it's going to be split into at least two.
I'll reward them.
But look, I guess, one of the things that's kind of different, there's probably two things, that are different now from 2 years ago when we first caught up. I think, first of all, Boys in the Cave has obviously been going on now for a much longer period of time, and has, branched out considerably in terms of the people that you've brought in for a chat. And whilst I unfortunately don't get the opportunity to listen to every podcast, I've listened to, to a number of them now, and whether I agree or disagree with what the guest or guests are talking about, I always get benefits. So I think it's, mashallah, it's commendable that you all have been able to, continue the podcast, see it grow, and, have such a broad spectrum of people involved. Now, the second thing is, obviously now in the pandemic, and, we've spoken about vaccine hesitancy and other challenges, that we're seeing in the Muslim community. It reminds me of a statement of Imam Ali radiallahu anhu, who, said that there is nothing worse, nothing more challenging than when batil is mixed with haqq, when falsehood is mixed with truth in it. And what we're seeing with people, putting forward pseudo-scientific arguments against the vaccination, intentionally flouting lockdown rules. I had a brother call me. Today's Friday, that we're doing this recording, and I had a brother call me today and talk about how he was walking down the street, and he was asked at various times by people that he doesn't know where the secret Juma is. And it's incredibly disappointing to see our community, the community of people who are told to ask those that know when we don't know, the community of people who are asked to base our decisions upon evidence, the community of people who are compelled to acknowledge that those that are educated are different to those that are ignorant, falling into what are, in origin, right-wing conspiracy theories. I hope that we will not, lose members of the community as a result, to untimely death, and that we can come out of it with the dignity that Islam grants us, the dignity of knowledge, the dignity of awareness. And so coming back to what I was saying about the fact that the podcast, has been going so strongly now for a couple of years, although you must be scraping the bottom of the barrel if you brought me back on, it's wonderful that, you're contributing to that effort to reminding people of the wonderful dignity and intellectual robustness that we have necessarily built in. And I just hope that only more people can access that reminder.
Thank you for those glowing words. I guess touching quickly on the vaccine situation, like, because you're in the front line, so I assume I can only imagine how incredibly frustrating it is for you when you see that sort of rhetoric online. But in terms of like sharing those kind words, like, yeah, like I remember you messaged me randomly, like this was like I think a month or two ago. You're just like, oh, like the recent episode. I'm like, Dan, like this is probably the first guest that probably actually no, there's one guest that did it, but this is like the second guest that actually like we had on and messaged us again saying that they liked like some random episode that we sort of did. So like, but yeah, like thank you for those like kind words. And I think it was kind of evident like in the early part of the episode where our disagreements were, like in the sense of, you know, trying to counter your points. But I think when it comes to these kind of conversations, when you're sort of, I guess, sake of term, like interlocutor in this case, shares different views, but it's based on like mutual respect and understanding. Like I think there's a lot more beauty in that, rather than kind of, you know, mudslinging like back and forth that I do see like recurring a lot online. And that's why, like, I guess with this platform, especially with my experiences, we have, you know, like we're part of the, you know, I've been very much involved with the sort of Sufi crowd of Muslims, and also the Salafi side of things, and then as well as you know, varying you know, politically minded like Muslims and not so politically minded like TJ and Tablighi Jamaah, etc. So it's like all these like diversity of people and thinkers and academic sheikhs, etc. So like for me, it's like even like when it comes to Haiti, like we've had, you know, for example, when Uthman was in Haiti, like had him on at that time, like, you know, it's about kind of bringing everyone on and having a kind of proper conversation. And that's what I guess ultimately that's what I want to do, because I don't really see it as much within other sort of, you know, platforms. So I'm just trying to, you know, do what I can from my own sort of limited sort of resources. But, you know, Jazakallah for all those like kind words, you know, Mal accepted from us. But thank you so much for your time. You've got the award for probably the longest podcast. So, and if there's one thing you got out of this is that, you know, you have the longest podcast, mashallah. So you're very well at the moment. We'll see how it goes. Maybe inshallah 6-hour episode in the future.
Inshallah, we'll see. But, I'm not sure that even I can be that verbose, but I'll try.
But alhamdulillah, I'll probably wrap it up there. So for our listeners, thank you for giving us your attention. If you have any questions or queries, you can, you know, find us on social media. We're on Boys in the Cave Instagram page. We're also on Facebook. We're also on Twitter. You can message us there. Make sure you leave us a 5-star rating on iTunes. That really helps us go up the rankings. Make sure you share on your Instagram stories. Like, do all you can. Share with your family and friends. I've started to, it was pretty funny, like my family like randomly was sharing it to their family overseas and that, so I found that pretty funny. But yeah, you guys do it as well within your own sort of circles, inshallah. So from our special guest Abdullah Kunde, our co-host Rafael, who's sort of had to leave but
fell asleep,
and from myself, we wish you all the best. This is Tanzim signing off. Assalamu alaikum.